very much. Welcome, Karibu. Welcome to the first in-person edition of the African School on Decentralization. This is a dream we had a few years ago, and now it is happening. Wonderful to see you all from all corners of Africa and beyond. You know, the African School on Decentralization aimed to share knowledge, build networks on a very key policy and governance aspect, decentralization, a topic that the Dala Omar Institute has been working for many years. But to be here today with every one of you has been quite a journey. And let me quickly take you along this journey just to see, just to be really proud that this is happening on this morning where the sun is shining, no rain, and it looks all bright. The journey started nearly 4 years ago when in 2018, I was teaching at the University of Freiburg in the summer school on federalism. And among the students there was a young man called Henry Paul Gichana, which is a name familiar to all of you. And he came after the course there, a 3-week course they do on decentralization, on federalism, and he was asking me a bit more of a challenge. Prof, why doesn't the Dala Omar Institute present such a course on decentralization in Africa, for Africans, by Africans? Africa needs it. And there was no way around this question. It was a challenge that had to be accepted. But to do that, we had to get a number of parties along with us to make it happen. The first party that we had to get together is this has to be a Pan-African effort. If you call African School on Decentralization, it cannot be here with us in the Western Cape. And so the partner that we have been working with for a number of years was the Center on Federalism and Governance Studies of the Addis Ababa University. And there, our dear friend Zimlak Ayele was the director, and what better partner could there be than Zimlak and his center? And so the two centers, institutions start working and planning together. And the idea was 1 year we will hold the school in Cape Town, and the next year would be in Addis. So this year it's here, next year we see each other in Addis. The second partner that we had to get together was to bring with us are the institutions that have been doing this business of teaching, training, network building in the area of federalism and decentralization. And here, two institutions stood out. The first one is the Institute of Federalism at the University of Freiburg in Switzerland, which for over, I think, 25 years has been producing such learning and training events, and many of our students were in fact party to it. And so it's a great pleasure for me to welcome Professor Eva Maria Belzer. Is she around? For being a driving force behind that school, and we've learned a great deal from it. And this is why Henry's saying, well, we would like to emulate them. The second institution was the Institute for Federal and Decentralization at URAC, a research center in Bolzano in Italy. Which also we've been they present a 10-day course, same as us, and unfortunately their director could not be here today. So you get the institutional, the people doing things together. Now, of course, is the big question, getting the universities together. Jumping through every possible academic hoop to produce, quite uniquely, one certificate issued by 2 universities. And so it was then with great thanks that we could do it with University of the Western Cape and Addis Ababa University. And on the great historic day here in Stellenbosch in 2019, Professor Vivian Lavac, our DVC, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, actually signed a document with all the signatures of all the parties involved. And now we are here. And we similar great support from the Faculty of Governance at the University of Addis Ababa for their signature and cooperation. And last year, we actually produced the first certificate stamps of both universities and the signatures to say this is an academically valid, respected certificate to have. I would also like to recognize our dean at UWC, Professor Jacques de Ville, whose signature was vital in support, and assistance was great. Thank you, Jacques, who is also here with us this morning. So we've got the institutions, we've got the universities. Now we just need some financial support. And first then, I must thank the National Research Foundation with Saatchi Chair that they support for the funding that was available for such a venture, which without it, we would not be here. Then the second, we need some more support. And here, particularly, I want to welcome and extend my gratitude to the Hans Seidel Foundation, who was very enthusiastic about this topic. It's something that it was alignment of interest, and Hans Bühler is not here. He should be here soon, but Karen April was a great assistance all the way through this process. Thank you very much. But there was another Hans Seidel Foundation, this one sitting in Kenya, which I like to welcome Robertson Gabucho, who was working with Zambia in Ethiopia. Everything had to come together in one spot, one place, and here we are. So Robertson, thank you very much for your, where's Robertson? There, hey. Thanks so much for your assistance through Zambia. You can imagine now already the complexity of getting everyone together on the same place. And then there's a further institution, the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, who work on local governments and a number of countries in Africa, Commonwealth countries, and they were also quite supportive, and we were very fortunate that one of our staff members, then a doctoral student, Pumla Flati, worked for the CLGF some time and could get the connections. And so we're very fortunate to have Sarah and Janine here from the forum. And we will, yes, soon from Lucy Slack, who is the Secretary General of the CLGF, which then for a circumstances, I don't know how it was arranged or how it came about, then Lucy said, but we are having a Commonwealth Sustainable Cities Network meeting during this time. What about joining forces? We are bringing city leaders together for a few days. It seems a great idea to combine forces. And so it happens that I said, this is a brilliant idea. We have practitioners, we've got academics, we've got graduate students, and now we bring in the real people who makes city governance, the mayors. And it was with great pleasure for me to welcome the city leaders. We will hear a bit later from you today. Last night, the last of the city leaders arrived from Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. Solomon Nguni, welcome. And no, we saw each other last night. And thanks to all of you for your presence and being part of this endeavor to understand, to share experiences with us. Now, this exercise would not have been possible overall without a wonderful team of people, of energy, of ideas, enthusiasm. And here I must start off with thanking Henry Kijana, who gave the idea. And I said, well, it's a great idea, you know, but put your shoulder to it. Drafting, working very hard for the past few years. Then it was Shaham Johnson, unfortunately not here this morning. Michelle Masiwisa took over from her, also helped us a great deal. And then stalwarts Debbie Gordon, Kay Sapto, Manny Cupido, who had to pull everything together. Every detail had to be looked at. And I cannot think that this would be possible if it wasn't for this wonderful team who showed real interest, enthusiasm, innovation, persistence to make it happen. Now, the last group and the most important group are the participants. This is for you. All our partners that are listed are here to present a world-class course to you. And I think you should also feel a bit privileged that you are the first group that there will be, that are experiencing this in-person training course. We were all gung-ho. The agreement signed in 2019. We're going in 2020, May, this very time, we're going to have the first session, first school, and then COVID struck. And there, with our idea of having it, we said, well, let's have it in September then. Of course, COVID will be gone by September 2020. And so 2021 arrived and said, we are going to have it. We must keep this momentum. And so we had it virtually, 10 days, 2 hours. But what was missing are the interaction, the people, the meeting, the building of a network. And so we are extremely happy that you're here, even behind your mask. We will have to start know the persons behind the masks, that they're real, as we go on. So we've been very fortunate that there was such a great interest in this course. This year, we received a total of 346 applications from 32 African countries and 3 countries outside Africa. And we had a limited number of spaces, 25. So we could choose 25 persons from 25 countries. Unfortunately, not everyone from the 25 countries could make it, courtesy of South African government embassies, not getting a visa on time, such things. But we are very much representative of the entire continent. Also special this year, we've got 3 members of the staff of the Senate of Kenya. Here, very much welcome to you, and also a councillor from the city of Cape Town. Now, the theme that we are presenting this year is good governance in cities in Africa. When we ask the participants in our virtual meeting last year, what do you think are the burning issues? And it came out very clearly, cities and city governance, because of the rapid urbanization that we are experiencing. It's projected that Africa will be the fastest growing urbanization rate in the world. And by 2050, there would be another 950 million people living in cities. There's obviously cities offering the opportunity for economic development, but also to alleviate poverty. And it poses significant challenges that city leaders, practitioners, academics need to tackle. So our theme is good governance in African cities. And this refers to what are the appropriate policies to advance the well-being of cities. And secondly, how do you ensure the effectiveness and integrity of city governance structures and means of pursuing the goals of development, social and economic in those cities. We're also very mindful that cities are one of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, number 11, which says the main objective of cities are to make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. So, addressing these issues, this course will first focus on what are the challenges affecting cities domestically, regionally, and globally. Secondly, how the cities are structured and empowered to meet these challenges. Thirdly, how their financing and financial management capacities are built in order to meet their mandate. And what are the major governance issues as they relate to the environmental sustainability, climate change, and gendered and safer cities, topics that we deal with during the next 10 days. And so we also have a number of case studies of big cities in Africa, how in particular cases are these challenges being faced. One odd thing is we are here about cities, but we're sitting in splendid rural surroundings, vineyards, mountains. This is not a city. Welcome, we are here in Cape Town. No, here in Stellenbosch, not even in a city. But at one stage, great strong push to make Stellenbosch part of the city of Cape Town, because that will be the fully integrated, inclusive city of Cape Town. We chose to split the course between a rural setting and then going into the heart of the city from Friday onwards. And the idea is here, let us be together in a place, no walkabouts in the city. Let us meet, build friendships, build networks, being together, engaging with the mayors, and on that basis, listening to a bit of theory and lectures. And on that basis, we are then jumping into a city, Cape Town, where we will spend then from Friday till next Friday. So now we know why we are luxuriating here in a rural area, a rural setting. It is to reflect on what happens that side in Cape Town and other cities. Now, it's my privilege now to call on a few speakers to open proceedings. The first one is Professor Vivian Lavac. We are very happy, Vivian, to have you here. Your signature is on that agreement, so no backing out. Vivian has been a DVC for a number of years at UWC, very keen on teaching, and also very keen about this collaborative effort between UWC and Addis Ababa University. So let us start with you, Vivian, if you don't mind. Very welcome, and we look forward to listen to you for opening remarks.
Nico, I must say I was listening to you with quite alarm, because all the briefing notes that you gave me that was going to be part of my speech, Nico has now taken my whole speech and given you the entire background of how this came along. So, but if anything, let's try and be flexible. That's one thing we learned from COVID. So when I listen to you, and I want to acknowledge, and I will mention few of you at the end, and I think Nico has also acknowledged some of the key partners. I was very excited. I can actually recall it was still before the pandemic, because it's almost like there's a world before pandemic and after pandemic, when I was approached about this collaboration with the University of Addis Ababa, and specifically the Center for Federalism and Governance Studies. It's fantastic having you here, because it's one thing seeing a person's name on a contract and actually meeting the person for the very first time. And this initiative, I think it would become, in my mind, an example of what one can really do. And I'm pleased for at least two reasons. The one is, I know that you are going to be spending 10 days together. We had to make special arrangements, you would recall, because normally there's very set procedures at our universities in relation to how funding for course needs to be distributed. Remember, we had to make some extra provision for this to say, but this is actually a funded course, and we're so happy that the Hans Seidel Foundation, both in Kenya and in South Africa, could come along as funding partners as well. And so having sorted that out at the university, I recall the Dean, Prof. Jacques de Ville, was here, also had to sign, and Nico was quite persistent in this, that we have to get this done quickly, and not knowing that it was actually going to take 2 more years, actually 3 years since 2019, for it to actually happen in person. And so I'm very pleased that you would have the opportunity of actually doing what people talk about frequently, looking at our own case studies, looking at our own stories, our own by Africans, for our continent. I often tell my colleagues that a lot of our colleagues like flying over the continent to Europe and the USA, and not really want to venture on. We're part of the continent. We're not separate from the rest of the continent. And so I'm pleased for the one reason, and that is that I've always wanted, even as far as 2015, 2017, I normally take part in the Vice Chancellor's debate at the Tana Forum on Peace and Security in Africa in Bayer Dar. And so I've gotten to know Ethiopia and gotten a love for Ethiopia. And the previous Vice Chancellor at MASU, I think is now an ambassador from Addis. And so I was very keen to explore, but from institution to an institutional perspective, some collaboration with Bayer Dar, with Bailey Dumpty, that was there as Vice Chancellor, and then at MASU in Addis Ababa. And lo and behold, Nico, you actually did it like we discussed. in a more organic way, because I wrote a proposal. I really, try to make the argument that we should be having more partnerships with our fellow African universities instead of every time going to the USA. Nothing against the USA, but seeing the same people doing the same things, etc., etc. So here we are. And it actually happened. And I'm very, very pleased about that, because it also shows the value of collaboration if you allow it to be organic instead of a top-down necessarily. But I'm seeing the possibility, if this African School of Decentralization can grow from strength to strength. We have at our university, the School of Public Health has been having for the last 20 years. They've been having such a winter school that's so inclusive. And this is a possibility, Nico and Jaap and Samalak, that you can actually build this up into something that will be an absolute flagship for not only both our universities, but also for our African cities and our African countries. Just yesterday, I read in the paper that of about 18, if you look at the top 18 failed states, about 15 is on our continent. So we've got our work cut out for us. And I like the idea that you're actually focusing on cities, because stronger cities, safer cities, resilient cities, as you indicate that you are linking it to SDG 11, that would actually then hopefully feed into having stronger countries. So there's a lot of debate in South Africa at the moment as to whether we are already a failed state or are we heading towards a failed state. And I'm sure you would be having those engagements during these couple of days that you are together. The second reason I'm very pleased about this, we've had in South Africa a number of years ago with the Fees Must Fall protests. I'm not sure if some of you were following that. And so the whole idea of decoloniality and of us really not always looking at knowledges from the West or the North, etc., but also our own knowledge production and our own research and our own case stories. And at the University of the Western Cape, it was one of those projects that I led around curriculum transformation and renewal, that we finally have as a university, after having followed a very, very inclusive process, including with our alumni, to think through what that would mean and what would that look like for us as a university. And we now have a curriculum transformation renewal framework that was approved by our Senate last year. And for me, the African School of Decentralization is actually now a showcase of curriculum transformation renewal, because you developed this from a homegrown, from a different kind of base, looking at our own knowledge. And then I'm hoping that this will obviously lead to a lot of research and other forms of knowledge production as you're sharing during these next couple of days. So thank you very much for strengthening our partnerships with fellow African universities, but also fellow African states. Can I maybe just by a show of hands see the participants? I want to acknowledge you. This is historic that we actually have a first face-to-face African School of Decentralization. So if you can just maybe wave your hand. And welcome to all of us. I'm really hoping that you are going to, yes, you are privileged, because you were selected from quite a number of entrants or people that applied to be part of the ASD. And I hope that you would find this not only fruitful in relation to the networks and the collaboration and the future work that you will be doing, but from that there will be further strengthening of those partnerships between your institutions. I know some of you are academics, some are civil society, and some are also from city officials, for example, and that whatever the presenters would like to present, oftentimes when you're teaching, for those of you that are involved in teaching, you learn as much from those that you are teaching. And I can already foresee that there will be a lot of strengthening of our own knowledge around this. So thank you very much for trying to make this effort. and for actually coming to our country, because it's still a bit difficult to travel to South Africa and to travel from South Africa. And we appreciate the fact that you are here. On behalf of University of the Western Cape, I would like to acknowledge all the funders, all the presenters, all those that Nico mentioned that were so involved in this process. And I would also like to pledge our support, Nico, for this as you go on to strengthen you and similar. As you go and you strengthen this program, that you can be assured of our university's support for the ASD, and I wish you all the very best in the next 10 days. Thank you.
Relieved that we have an in-person meeting here, because Professor Lavac actually steered UWC throughout the COVID period, and thinking on your feet, innovative was your job. So let's all celebrate that we can be here, and although we are in mask, we're almost there, but not quite. Let us move on quickly. Zimbabwe, just a word from my partner in crime, Zimbabwe from Addis Ababa University, the Center for Federalism and Governance Studies. Let's just say Zimbabwe has also got a long history with UWC. He's an extraordinary professor of our law faculty, graduate from us, and so it's welcome home.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nico. It's great to be here in Cape Town after 2 years. My first travel out of Ethiopia was to South Africa to do my master's in 2008. And, first time travel at the airport, at the immigration, passport check, and the nervousness, the anxiousness. After 2 years, I kind of felt the same thing because I didn't travel for the last 2 years outside the country, and almost 2008 kind of came back. Welcome to African School of Decentralization, the first in-person African School of Decentralization. Congratulations for those of you who have been selected to this ASD. As Nico mentioned, hundreds applied, but not everyone made it. You are among the few selected, and congratulations. ASD is a result of, as Nico mentioned, was institutional partnership and personal relationships. Institutional because the Center for Federalism and Governance Studies, where I work, and the DOI have been working together. Just for your information, the Center for Federalism and Governance Studies is a research and teaching institution within Addis Ababa University, within the College of Law and Governance. We have PhD and master's program. We train people in federalism, basically multi-level governance system, and we also provide training to officials, especially from East African area, like Sudan, especially South Sudan, and Somalia. And we have been successful in the past in our academic training and other works because of our relationship with Dala Omar Institute, because Professor Nico Stetler and Professor Yabda Fisa, they always come and give lecture to our students. They examine our the thesis, PhD thesis of our students, and they help us in so many other ways. So we owe, to the extent that we were successful, we owe to you, Prof. Nico Stetler and Professor Yabda Fisa especially. So we have done also other works together in the past. The December conference, thanks to COVID, it was interrupted in the last 2 years, but it was going on for quite some time in the past, and I hope we'll continue it again. So yeah, ASD is therefore the result of that kind of institutional relationship. The personal one is these guys. Professor Yabda Fisa was my supervisor when I was doing both my master's and PhD. here at UWC. And I worked my postdoc with Professor Stedler. So that personal relationship also grew up and kind of led to where we are now. And that's why I said it is not just simply a relationship of an institution, it is also a relationship of individuals. That is what led to ASD. So we will be debating, like Professor Stetler mentioned, good governance in African cities in the next 15 days. And I wish you success. I hope we'll have great debate, a great discussion. Before I conclude my remark, first I should thank Prof for helping us put everything together, for signing the contract and all that. Thank you very much. Thank you, of course, Nico and Yap for working with us. I should also thank Henry. Not only this program is his baby, the brainchild of Henry, also he's the one who made this possible by drafting the program, by contacting you guys. So we owe him gratitude to Henry. I should also mention Debbie, Mandy, Shiham, Kay, Michelle, for all the hard work that you did to make this possible. Finally, let me say thank you to Robertson from HSF, always working with us, helping us, and always flexible whenever flexibility is needed. Thanks for all the help that you provide us every time we need it. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best in the next 10 days.
Thank you very much, Zimlak, from the director of the Center for Federalism and Governance Studies to the director of the Dala Omar Institute. Professor.
Thank you, Nico. Good morning, everyone. I'm on the program somewhere as a lecturer, but this morning I'm speaking to you as the director of the Institute. So it's great to be here with you. There's a saying in South Africa, all protocol observed. We acknowledge all the leaders and the politicians and the executives. And that's probably the last time we'll do that, because from here on you are students and you'll be participating in an educational program. But it's wonderful to have you all here in this room. And I really want to underscore what everyone has said. It's so great to have an in-person event and to be able to host you here in beautiful Stellenbosch. So this is a big moment for the Dala Omar Institute. It's also a big moment for the Center for Federal and Governance Studies. And my colleague and friend, former student, but that's a long time ago, Zemlak. It's great to have you here with us. It's a truly wonderful Pan-African initiative. I think we will keep emphasizing that throughout the week. What a great collaboration this is. But first, a little bit about the Dala Omar Institute. It's a unit of the law faculty with 6 programs on democracy and human rights, about 40 staff from 10 different African nationalities with a presence and activity all over the continent. It was born out of the struggle against apartheid. The founding director, Advocate Dala Omar, was a human rights activist, a human rights lawyer, instrumental in the struggle against apartheid. He founded the Institute in 1990 with the aim of creating a think tank that would support the constitutional negotiations, because from 1990 onwards, discussion started in earnest about what the future of South Africa would be, what kind of state it would be, what kind of democracy it would be. And the Community Law Center, as it was called then, was founded by Advocate Dala Omar as a think tank to support that. And those were big debates about the future of the South African state. Will there be a Bill of Rights? Will there be a constitutional court? Will we have a right to equality? Will we have socioeconomic rights? And also, what will be the structure of the state? Will we be a federation? And no, we will not be a federation, because federalism is a dirty word in South Africa. We don't use that word very easily. So what then? Will we have cities? Will we have local governments? What will their role be? Will we have provinces, and what will they be called, and what will their role be? All those discussions started in 1990, and the Community Law Center under the leadership of Dala Omar, was instrumental in shaping a lot of those debates and also the text of the Constitution. And by the way, our keynote speaker, Professor Edgar Peterser, was also at that time already involved in the intellectual discourse about the future of local government in South Africa. And he was involved as an intellectual and as an activist. So we're very fortunate to have him in the room and to address us after the opening. So, but go back to the storyline. After 1994, when Advocate Dala Omar, he became our first Minister of Justice in President Mandela's cabinet. The Institute continued under the leadership of Professor Nico Steytler, who is your co-host. He was the director then, took over from Dala Omar. And the debate continued about the role of local government, about federalism, regionalism, socioeconomic rights, equality, and the Community Law Center continued shaping a lot of those debates with intellectual and principled engagement. In the late 90s, we started really getting involved in shaping the local government system in South Africa, taking part in the white paper process. That is still the big policy document for local government right now. Law reform that we took part in the end of the 90s, and demarcating new municipalities, creating new cities, and the emergence of metropolitan municipalities as a concept in our legal framework. And then from the early 2000s onwards, I think we started engaging outside of South Africa. I remember our first trip to Namibia as one of the first engagements that because I had joined the center by then, and we started asking ourselves the question, what does our system mean for the rest of the continent? Is there any lessons in what we are going through for other countries on the continent? Is there things that we could learn from other countries on how to shape local government and how to give it a role that would really contribute to development? And that intensified in the years thereafter with PhD programs, with the start of a master's program in 2012 or in 2010, which brought Professor Ayele and also Professor Chigwata, who you may meet later on, into the Institute to take part in those activities, and they would continue to do their PhDs. So we had PhDs on local government in Ethiopia, local government in Uganda, local government in Zimbabwe, etc., etc. Because I think there's something about local government, probably something that incites or ignites passion. There's probably very few teenagers who identify local government as their ideal that they want to be involved in, or a predestined or predetermined career that they choose. You hardly ever hear that. It's not a very, I always say, it's not a very sexy topic. But once you get involved, it doesn't let go. It hooks you and you become passionate because it's such an important topic. There's so much to be achieved and so much to be lost in local government. And South Africa, as the rest of the continent, is forever talking about decentralization. And I think Africa is either decentralizing or talking about decentralizing. That almost applies to almost every country on the continent. Zimbabwe is still busy implementing its 2013 constitution and drafting laws to implement the constitution. Zambia is implementing its 2014 or 2015 constitution with new provisions on local government. Lesotho is tabling a new local government bill. I think as we speak, it's being tabled right now. Tunisia, Angola, Mozambique, a lot of countries on the continent that are actively engaging in discussions about what do we do with our system of local government? Does it need change? Does it need to be fortified in the constitution? Or does it need to give new ideals or new structures to make it work better? And nowhere is this more real than in cities. Cities in Africa are at the forefront of urbanization. They have to protect and create economic opportunity, address climate change, fight poverty, connect communities, address gender equality, and so many other things. And they often do so hampered by ineffective legal and financial structures. And also often they are at odds with their central governments. So I think you'll be discussing these and many other challenges and ideas this week. You will learn new concepts. Many of them will give conceptual and intellectual basis to things you already know as practitioners. But also some of them will challenge you into new ways of thinking about the role of cities and local government and decentralization. So I encourage you to embrace all of these ideas and concepts and leave here empowered. It will also be a time for networking. It's really part of the objective is to create a network of practitioners and almost a network of alumni of the African School for Decentralization. I was looking for an alternative word to old boys network, because that's not a nice net, but there's something about, yeah, we want to create this network, this fraternity, this group of individuals that are connected via this program to each other and to our respective institutions. So thanks to everyone that has been mentioned. I won't mention all the names again, but they're all so important to make this happen. This is really a wonderful initiative, but also difficult to realize because we know how difficult travel is on our continent, especially now with all the added layers of COVID-19. So thanks to everyone who's made this possible and who helped fund and organize this wonderful event. And thanks to you for applying and for being part of this and your interest in our work. So have a great week. Good luck. Work hard. Enjoy being in the most beautiful city in the world. And I look forward to seeing you in class. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jaap. Just remember now, the first event that the Community Law Center held, just established 1990, was on metropolitan Cape Town. Highly divided city on race, and that was the focus. And now we come the full circle. We're back where we started. Wonderful. Let me then ask now for Hans Buller to come say a few words. Hans is the country representative of the Hans Seidel Foundation, very supportive of us. Thank you for all the support that you've given and your stifting, and we look forward to have a few words from you. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning. It was a long way. Good morning. I hope you're all well. Honorable guests, Deputy Vice Chancellor Vivian, Jaap, Nico, we're Semeliak. Good seeing you again. Then I have two colleagues here in the room, also from the Hans Seidel Foundation, Karen April, from our office in Joburg, the head of the office, and Robert Kabucho from our office in Kenya. And of course, then all participants. Welcome to you. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Hans Seidel Foundation to the Second African School on Decentralization. And it's an absolute pleasure because Vivian was talking about these conferences in Europe and in the US. And I remember at one of those conferences, Semeliak and Jaap and me, we were sitting together and we were wondering why we are sitting at this time in Bavaria, and I come back to that. That's a province in Germany, and we were sitting there at the Federalism conference, Munich Federalism conference, and we had a number of African contacts there as well, colleagues from universities, practitioners, mayors, senators, and we were saying to ourselves at the evening, and we had a beer there, and we said, why are we sitting here with so many Africans in Europe while we should have such a similar discussion on the African continent? And that's the reason why I'm so pleased that, Nico, you made it happen. It's very easy for me to stand here now and say that was our idea, but it wasn't. It was your idea, and you made it happen with Henry, and congratulations already. But I think also it's very important to congratulate you now already at the beginning of such a conference, because Nico was alluding to it. I think 346 applications and only 23 participants were chosen. So at the end, you could say you are the 23 chosen ones, and now you have to deliver the next 10 days. And while all of you are already experts and practitioners on the topic, it is certainly an additional advantage to have special guests joining the school as well and contributing to its program. Among them, mayors and executives from cities in different African countries, and a special welcome to you and thank you for being here as well. And Jaap said it earlier, I've learned this here in South Africa. Once you say protocol observed, you're fine. So I underlined this protocol observed. I'm representing the German Hans Seidel Foundation. I'm based here in South Africa, responsible for Southern Africa, and we are a fully public funded organization, mandated not by the German government. I think that's important for us. We are mandated by the German Federal Parliament, the Bundestag, to promote constitutionalism, the rule of law, and sustainable structures in Germany, but also worldwide, with over 100 projects in more than 50 countries. In Africa, the Hans Seidel Foundation is represented with offices in South Africa, and we are also covering Mozambique and Zimbabwe from here. We have an office in Namibia, in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Togo, covering Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, as well as in North Africa with offices in Morocco and Tunisia. My colleague Robertson Kabucho from our office in Kenya is with us. I mentioned him earlier, and I think he will also allude a little bit about the cooperation with the university in Addis, which I find exciting, and it's a very interesting triangle between the UWC, the Addis University, and the Hans Seidel Foundation here in South Africa and in Kenya. So, but while the Hans Seidel Foundation is funded through the national parliament, our head office, our headquarters is not in Berlin, in the capital of Germany, but it's in Munich. Some of you might know Munich. I don't know how many soccer fans we have here. I hope you're already fit again after this weekend watching the Champions League. But we usually say, usually people know Munich from Bayern Munich. That's the soccer club. And in the past, I would have said it's the best soccer club in the world. But now we were not in this final, so I can't say this today. But the capital. So Munich is not only famous for its soccer club, but it's also the capital of Bavaria. And Bavaria is one of those provinces forming the Federal Republic of Germany. Although we don't say provinces, we say states. They have own constitutions, and all 16 states forming then the Federal Republic. And maybe now you already recognize the link between the organization I'm representing and this conference. Germany is a federalized and decentralized country. Decentralization has been a stabilizing factor and an engine for development in German politics and society for over 70 years. For us Germans, and for example, for me, especially as a Bavarian, decentralization, federalism, this idea of subsidiarity, and local government are not just abstract constitutional principles. It's part of our daily life and a well-trusted approach to dealing with political, economic, and social challenges. And this is also the reason why the Hans Seidel Foundation supports decentralized structures worldwide. And this is also the reason why we are very honored, Nico, to approach to be one of the supporters of this conference. Well, it's not a conference, as I've learned from Jaap, and I think this is important. Sorry for the mistake. It's a school, and we are here not only to talk, but especially to learn from each other. And while I'm talking about Germany, I think it's also very important for us always to underline that decentralized structures in our world come in many shapes and institutional realities. The impressive number of participating countries, I think it's 23 in this room, reflects this clearly. There is no blueprint and there is no perfect system. For example, after 3 fiscal reforms in Germany, we are still talking about a reform of fiscal equalization. And I think also the COVID pandemic has shown clearly the limits of federalism and decentralized structures when it comes to crisis response, in our context at least. But having said that, our experience is also that context-specific decentralization can lead to more effective service delivery. But maybe even more important, it can also be an instrument to build trust between the government and its people, which I think is particularly crucial at this historic time where we come out of a pandemic, facing repercussions of the Russian war in the Ukraine and the impacts of climate change. We as HSF have been facilitating interdisciplinary research and practical projects on federalism and decentralization in different parts of the world for many years. In South Africa, we have a very lively cooperation with the provincial government, for example, here in the Western Cape, where we focus on improving local government, training councillors and middle managers, but also looking at research projects. And together with the UWC, and I've seen it in your folders, you have fact sheets on decentralization in Africa, which I think outline the different terminologies and the opportunities and challenges of decentralization in a very nicely manner. This year's theme, Good Governance in African Cities, is therefore especially close to our heart. It speaks to the importance of urbanization and well-managed cities for many millions of Africans. And at the end, please allow me also to thank the Dula Omar Institute and the University of Addis Ababa for the trustful cooperation, and especially the team around Professor Nico Steidler for its commitment to organize such a comprehensive program. Prof. Jaap de Visser said at the end of his statement just earlier that the idea is also to network, build friendships, build trust between ourselves. And I think it would be a brilliant idea if an outcome of such a conference would be also a sustainable alumni network where people can exchange ideas, maybe also best practice examples, but maybe even more important, worst practice examples, so that we do not repeat the same mistakes. That would be great. I wish you all, especially the participants, but also the lecturers, the guests, and the organizers, a productive, insightful second African School of Decentralization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Hans, for those words, and I can only echo them. Robertson Gabuche, our Kenyan Untitled representative, who has been a real pillar of strength on that part of the continent and working very closely with the Center for Federalism and Governance Studies in Addis. Welcome.
Thank you, Professor Nico. Good morning. In Kenya, we also say all protocols observed. It's a great pleasure to be here. My first time in South Africa. The first attempt, I wasn't able to get a visa to attend a conference. So it's a great pleasure to be here. I am here representing the resident representative of Hans Adel Foundation at our office in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm glad to see all of you. I know we were involved in email correspondence, especially on flight issues. So if you got an email from me or my colleague Linda, who worked tirelessly day in, day out to ensure you get at least convenient flights. So I'm glad to see that almost everyone is here. So thank you very much for your cooperation. And I'd like to really recognize Prof. Nico, the Institute, Dula Omar Institute, the Center for Federalism and Governance Studies, and the Hans Adel Foundation office here, all those who've been involved in meticulously putting this together and planning that. Look how successful it is and it looks. So congratulations, everyone. And again, we can't say this more than enough, that congratulations for making it. The fact that you put in successful applications and made it here already shows why this is so much important for you as participants. And I hope that your expectations will be met. I would like also to recognize the delegation from the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, my fellow Kenyans, for being here also, that they will have the opportunity to learn as well. So as has been said, yes, my name is Robertson Kafusho. I work with the Hans Adel Foundation Kenya office as the head of programs for Kenya and Ethiopia. So it seems to sort of be like the year of the cities. We're just holding this in the wake of about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had the Afri-Cities Summit in Kisumu, Kenya, whose theme was also the role of intermediary cities of Africa in the implementation of Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, and the African Union Agenda 2063, which was convened by the United Cities and local governments of Africa. So again, when I hear about also the Commonwealth cities event that's taking place, so it's sort of, and the theme for this year's ASD, it's sort of the year of the cities. So there's much harmony around that particular subject, and you have a great 10 days to explore much about it. This is such a trailblazing initiative that will immensely equip African practitioners in the field of decentralization in a contextually, in brackets, Afri-centric relevant manner. So to all the brains behind this vision, I really congratulate you that, and also the participants in person for this very first event, and thanking also those who went before you in the virtual events of the previous year or so. So it's a collaborative effort, and thank you so much. I'm also delighted to really be part of it, and also Hans Adel Foundation, as Hans has rightly put it, we are privileged that you considered us, you invited us to walk with you in this journey. So may we all be part of that history of establishing a very successful African School of Decentralization. Our office in Nairobi covers work in Kenya and in Ethiopia in the 4 thematic areas of rule of law and good governance, sustainable economic development, youth and gender, and lastly, climate change, where we largely work with local, state and non-state partners in the mission of promoting democracy, peace, and development. In Ethiopia, one of our long-term partners has been the Center for Federalism and Governance Studies at the Addis Ababa University. It has been a great friendship and collaboration with Zimilac in holding conferences, and the December seminar or conference that he has talked about, that has been, as I can recall, about since 2015, 2016. Yeah, each and every year, and apart from the 2 COVID years. So it has been a great journey with them. And I've gotten to, that's how I got to meet Professor Nico, Professor Yap, Professor Eva Maria over there, always coming an event to look forward to every year in Addis, and having conversations on the subject of federalism. And that's the nature of the work that we do with the Center for Federalism and Governance Studies. So I hope that you'll be able to have a great learning experience in the next 2 weeks, as well as beneficial networking opportunities that will enrich your work. And when you talk about networking, particularly, I'm impressed by, the axis of Zimilac, Professor Nico, Professor Yap, and they can be mentors on how networking can take place, that it's beyond institution to more friendship. So if you all can look up to them for that particular factor, and now, but not in the boys club sense, since we have a lot of women in the room, and so that now more networking in a gender inclusive manner. So thank you very much. Thank you, Henry, for the great work around this and coordination. And should there be any question or clarity, especially around the flight issue with anyone, please don't hesitate to get in touch with me. So have a good day and a wonderful school.
Just leaves me to say, when you enjoy your nice bed, plate of food, travel, just spare thought for Untitled Foundation. Thank you. Also, the last person is now Lucy Slack. Is that all set up to go, Henry? Is it a virtual one? Yeah, okay. Can we switch over?
Thanks very much, Nico. Can you hear me?
Okay, Lizzie.
Morning, colleagues. Sorry to not be able to join you in person on now we can actually travel, but I'm very, very happy that my colleagues Claire and Janine are both with you today. I just wanted to say a few kind of short words of welcome. Firstly, to say how pleased we are to be partnering with the Dala Omar Institute, Addis Ababa University, the Hans Seidel Foundation on this second African School of Decentralization. It was, of course, really great to be part of the first School of Decentralization, which was held online, but obviously much better to see colleagues in person, in Cape Town, able to come together and do the kind of networking that so many of you have already mentioned in your opening remarks. And we're very happy to be linking the Commonwealth Sustainable Cities Network meeting with this longer 10-day African School on Decentralization. And I'll say a few words really to come on to why. So maybe just before I go any further, let me introduce our organization. So CLGF, the Commonwealth Local Government Forum, is, as its name suggests, a Commonwealth local government body. But we're a bit unusual among local government organizations in that we bring together individual cities and local governments, local government associations, and also ministries with responsibility for local government. And that really is because at the heart of what we do is actually working and supporting our members around effective decentralization and empowerment of local government. So for us, the African School for Decentralization is a really good fit in terms of the work that our members are prioritizing and focusing on. And I'm really pleased that a number of our members are in the room with you today. And as the previous speaker just said, this does appear to be the year of the city. And I would say that as a Commonwealth, a number of organizations in the Commonwealth have come together over the last 2 or 3 years to really try to put sustainable urbanization, the role of cities, much more centrally on the Commonwealth's agenda. And I want to kind of like just leave you really with 4 kind of key statistics, which I think are really important for you in the room to be thinking about in your discussions over the course of the next few days. The first is, of course, that 50% of the new urban population between now and 2050 will be living in cities in the Commonwealth, and many of those cities haven't even been built yet. So I think that really, really shapes, and linking that to the statistic that Nico gave right at the beginning in terms of the increase in the African urban population, I think that really gives us food for thought as to why cities must be on our agenda much more centrally. The second statistic I want to give you is around young people. 60% of the Commonwealth population is under 30, and that's something that we see across Africa. And we know that many of those people live in cities, or they're moving to cities for the kind of economic opportunities that cities offer. So what are our kind of governance responses to that? And then, of course, I guess the second big challenge of our time is, of course, climate change and the climate emergency. And it's probably worth remembering that 70% of greenhouse gas emissions happen in cities. So cities are also places where the solutions to this challenge of our time will have to be seen. And then finally, and many people have alluded already in the opening remarks to the Sustainable Development Goals, 65% of those Sustainable Development Goals need a local or a territorial approach in order to be achieved. So this really does put cities right at the heart of strengthening and changing the governance and the way in which we support our populations and make sure that we provide for effective livelihoods for citizens across the world, across Africa, and of course, from my own perspective, in the Commonwealth. And I think that really does sort of resonate with what the African School for Decentralization is trying to do, which is really to try to bring together a really broad cross-section of stakeholders with a shared vision towards decentralization, to come together to really think about what the kind of governance solutions are in order to promote the kind of good governance and to achieve that SDG 11 that we've all been talking about. And in a wider context, that's something which we're really trying to focus on in the Commonwealth. And we're trying to recognize the kind of challenge of that multi-level governance. We hear about multi-level governance, we hear about partnerships, we hear about all the different stakeholders that need to be involved in ensuring the achievement of the SDGs. But I think we also recognize that in many cases, we haven't got that right yet. And there's a lot of learning still to be done in terms of how we can strengthen those processes so that we don't lose sight of our wider objective towards development and those safe, secure and resilient cities that we're looking for. So I guess in that context, we're really pleased both to be part of the African School of Decentralization, but also crucially to really recognize the validity and the central importance of the theme, which has been selected for the meeting over the course of the next, for the school, sorry, over the course of the next 2 weeks. And as I said, we've also decided with the Dala Omar Institute to align our own Commonwealth Sustainable Cities Network meeting to your school over the course of the next 2 days. And we've done that for a really important reason, I think, which is to recognize the value of the more academic, theory-based learning, but to try and really bring that together with practitioners who are living the reality of managing and supporting cities on a day-to-day basis. So really what we wanted to do was to reinforce and support what you're doing at the school with some very real case studies and some very real examples. And I'm really pleased that it comes at the beginning of the School for Decentralization, because I think that gives us all a chance to really kind of understand and explore the scale of the challenge, but also the tools and the levers and the opportunities which mayors and other practitioners have in terms of being able to make cities much more livable places going forward. So without further ado, I'd just like to wish you all a very kind of fruitful meeting. I know you'll have some brilliant conversations, discussions, debates. For us, networking is hugely important. The existence of the CSCN is really tantamount to that, and I think really demonstrates the value and the benefits that cities can draw from being in touch with each other, from sharing their ideas and sharing their experiences. And I would strongly recommend the alumni group from the School for Decentralization to maintain that same kind of network going forward. And I think maybe just in closing, let's not forget the important role that universities themselves play in cities, both as employers, as places for study, but also as partners of cities in terms of assisting around issues like data collection, data monitoring, but also supporting some of the policy changes and development that cities make. So let's also use the African School for Decentralization and the CSCN meeting as a way to try and strengthen that relationship and that dynamic. So I leave you in very good hands. I know you'll have a fantastic 2 days with the CSCN and then the wider 10-day School for Decentralization. I wish you very fruitful discussions, and I look forward to the outcomes of the meeting and to meeting some of you in future work in cities in Africa in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy, for those words, and also bringing two partners together, the mayors, the city leaders, with our participants. Wonderful learning event, discussions. And so let's make the most of it over the next 2 days. Thank you for the DVC. She has to go and look after the audit of the university, and our books are fine, I promise you. Good. Now for the real start of business. And our keynote speaker is Professor Edgar Peterson. I cannot think of a better guy to open this training course. he is the expert on the topic. The expert, capital letters, I've typed it here. The expert. He's the director of the African Center for Cities at the University of Cape Town. He's also the chair, the South African Research Chair in Urban Policy. So his business is cities in Africa. He had his stint in practice, advisor to the Western Cape Premier. He has worked across the continent. He's worked across the world. He's got a huge international footprint, working with the UN Habitat, African Development Bank, the OECD on urban divisions, and UNEP. And he is a prolific author and writer, and I just came across the most recent book that he co-edited, Refractions of the National and Popular and the Global in African Cities. Wonderful read about globalization, localization, which we will hear further from. And also, you know, where did he start? His illustrious career at the University of the Western Cape, honors there. Welcome back.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Nico. All protocols observed, and I see it's fine since I'm double vaccinated and boosted and had COVID. They don't need to wipe the mic anymore. So good morning, everyone. What an amazing privilege to be here. And you know, sort of took me back a little bit. I'd forgotten that, you know, UWC, yes, absolutely. But, you know, in 1985, in my final year of high school, I was privileged enough to spend a couple of weeks with Dala Omar in prison. And of course, you can't get a better education than that. And then when he was released a little bit before us, he immediately, of course, started to campaign to get us released out of detention. So, in a sense, there's sort of a double wonderfulness in terms of just what that legacy represents and how you guys have just done this amazing job to continue that and to give it a Pan-African identity. So I'm feeling really moved and privileged to be here. Thank you. And indeed, I did start at UWC. I did my BA undergrad and honors there, and survived to tell the tale. That was another time. So see, we're a little bit late. So should I cut things short, or how do you? That's fine. Okay. I don't know how much time you wanted to spend on discussion. So this is. So I'm kind of being handicapped a little bit here. Like most of our national governments, I don't like the idea of decentralizing my presentation to the techies. So I can't press buttons myself. There is a point I can. Okay, so this is. Let's see
up and down.
Okay, cool. So okay.
Okay.
So this is, there you go. This
one.
the top is a pointer. Yeah, it's the okay. Okay, cool. I can do the cat go crazy, but there. Okay, great. Any chance these lights can come off in front, just so that because I've got quite a few graphs and it's going to be difficult to see them if those lights are on. Sorry, as you can see, you know, sort of I'm the obstinate city government, municipal person, want things done in a slightly different way than how the scene has been set. So I'm also really grateful that some of the mayors are here, and I want to just do one plug before I get stuck into my topic. Perfect, excellent, thank you, appreciate it. And also why I'm so excited about this particular school and the kind of impact it will have. Okay. Okay. So I've got a screen like this. I don't have to do that. Is the thing. What the gentleman doesn't know is that I've got pretty weak eyesight, so I may not be able to read my own slides at that size. So believe it or not, I've got 3 different prescriptions. I'll blame that on UWC as well. So next, so I'm very excited about the school and about this amazing network that is being built. And I know it's going to be incredible, because if you've got an application rate of almost 300 people and only 30 or 25 gets selected, you're obviously getting the cream of the cream of the cream of the crop in this room. And next year, it would be great to explore how we connect more explicitly, because we're launching a mayoral leadership program in January next year as ACC, where we will similarly target 20 mayors per annum from different African cities of sizes. And some of the mayors in the room we've already spoken to in Kisumu last week or 2 weeks ago. I don't know, that was such a traumatic event. My memory is completely shot. You know, so there's, I think, lots of opportunities to see how we continue both the research and the training ends of things. There ends the advertorial, let me dive in. So, oh yes, I shouldn't do that. I should look at the TV there. The importance of African cities and sustainable development. So I like to keep the topic exactly as I'm given it by whoever's asking me to speak. And that's how I received the topic. And I thought it's probably important to, no, which one, Nico? Bottom. Okay. Okay, that's one more time? No. Back, yeah. They are on full screen, I think. This is the Zoom screen. Oh, I see. So you're asking who to do full screen, Nico? Yeah, that's okay. It's fine. But that's the only text that's there. It's okay. So I want to just very quickly run through why are we talking about urbanization? Why is this phenomenon important? And then go very briefly into a pretty significant paradigmatic shift that has happened in the last 5-10 years around what we understand sustainable development to mean. It's certainly not what it was 30 years ago when the Brundtland Commission published its first account of insisting that the world thinks differently about this. My former boss. That's your fault, Nico. So this is the former Premier of the Western Cape, Ibrahim Rasool. And I'm gonna obviously say, sorry, can't talk now. So Nico invoked that spirit. So it's not, I don't normally get calls when I'm talking. So why and how does urbanization matter for sustainable development? So I'll go spend quite a bit of time on that connection, because part of what the sustainable development goals have done is to help us at a global scale build a perspective about these intersections. But I want to take that a little bit beyond the point that was made by a colleague from the Commonwealth Foundation, that it sits across about 60% of the goals need to be realized at the urban scale, and make a slightly different argument when I get there. And then on the back of that sort of broader conceptual overview, try and return back home. What does this mean for how we think about this incredibly dynamic process that is unfolding on the continent? Because we sort of the world region that is urbanizing last compared to all other world regions in the world. And then just conclude based on some research we did a couple of years ago, trying to think through this new governance instrument, national urban policies, and trying to make sense of what it would mean to mainstream that across the continent, what some of the governance implications are. And that will just be a very quick summary of that work that we did a couple of years ago. But hopefully that sets the scene a little bit for some of the issues that may become relevant or pertinent over the next 10 days. Okay, this is going to be fun. The slides are doing their own thing. Right, so okay, this is a problem. Is there a way that we could not view it through Zoom and just show it as slides in PowerPoint or in PDF? No. Okay, so I have no idea why it's cutting the slides. Weird, okay. Maybe take it out of full screen and just do the slides in PDF itself, because it's a little bit pointless if we can't see the slides. Well, then I'll just get my, oh, this is a, okay, so let me, oh, is our glitch global? Is it worldwide? Okay, so let me get my slides and I can talk to them and resources. So yes, we talk about carbon as the big story, but an even bigger story is the disappearance of materials to be able, that drives the economy. So there's a whole nother big body of work alongside the IPCC from the International Resource Panel of UNEP that tells you that if we want to build enough urban fabric to accommodate the urban transition over the next while, we simply don't have enough materials in the world to do that. So we need to fundamentally change the built fabric of our cities. We've got to figure out a renewable way of doing that. And so debates around the circular economy and so forth are all related to that story. And then urbanization is the other big trend. So this matters, and it will matter to an incredible extent in the African continent, because we are urbanizing off a relatively low base. And most of that, we will see a trebling of urban populations in West, Central, and East Africa. Both North and Southern Africa, we way past our 50% urban sort of tipping point. And so urbanization is slowing down, and we will see a sort of normalization of urbanization levels between 60 and 72% over the next 30 years. And we pretty close to that. South Africa is already 66% urbanized as we speak. Moving on to the next slide. So I'll go fairly quickly through this. The point was just, if we could move to the next slide. That's the wrong direction, other direction. Was just to show the sort of global demographic story, right? And so the only point I wanted to make here was simply that Africa is at the center of the global transition. And if you go to the slide after this one, it sets out specifically the fact that at the moment, the African population represents about 17% of the global population. If we take the UN projections, which calibrates for various public health dynamics, we will see the African population being close to 40% of the global population by the end of the century. Now, that is a mind-blowing statistic. 40% of 10.2 billion people is really significant. And so when we talk about this idea that this being the African century, it is not just rhetoric or a conceit. There's something deeply culturally significant about appreciating that we can think the future, we can project into the future backwards from that end point of the century, that the world is effectively African, right? And it places a particular responsibility on our shoulders, theoretically, intellectually, politically, to take that responsibility on. I'll leave that for you to ponder. The next point then is just to sort of show, next slide, please, that what this distribution, the shift in the population between rural and urban means for Africa, and it is significant. And the main point that I wanted to make about why urbanization matters, next slide, please, is the fact that when we look historically across the world regions and the story of development over the last 250 years that coincides with the Enlightenment, we recognize that we have not seen improvement in aggregate well-being and wealth without urbanization. So you don't get to move up in the GDP per capita numbers if you haven't urbanized. And so it is this relationship that has driven the focus on trying to make sense. How does one steer the demographic transition towards from rural to urban in a way that you can optimize that economic benefit? Now, this should be a really good news story for Africa, because if we are now 43% urbanized and we will be closer to 56% by 2050, and we've got the youngest labor force in the world that will treble in that same period, we've got a double whammy. We've got the benefit of urbanization and the benefit of the demographic transition, or the youth bulge as it's called. The problem is that it is very difficult for us to optimize this. Next slide, please. Precisely because of informality. So 80% of the labor force on the continent at the moment is in the informal economy. What does that mean? Low wages, precarious wages, and it is very difficult to consolidate a household with precarious and variable income. And as a municipality, you can't tax households where they don't have a regular income, right? You can't, because how are they supposed to, from a livelihoods perspective, manage that expense that you insist they've got to pay X, Y, and Z for their basic services on a monthly basis if their income is variable? And that's the challenge, that's the conundrum we face. So what the slide shows very briefly is that if we look at the post-colonial period from 1960 onwards, you will see that Africa's GDP per capita flatlines until the 2000s. So it's only started to increase. And this is at the same time that in South Asia, you see a dramatic increase in GDP per capita numbers, right? They started off at the same point as Africa in the early 1960s. So the reasons for that are complicated, and it's not the focus of the discussion today. But the point that I want to make here is that even though our share of the global population and our share of the rate of urbanization of the global population is going to increase dramatically, we are not necessarily reaping the benefits of urbanization and the youth bulge, because informality is at the heart of our economic systems. Next slide, please. So the reason for that is a much more complicated story that I can't get into now, but I just want to obviously underscore the fact that it is not irrelevant that we have systematically undermined the prospects of success for African economies through the colonial experiment. So if you look at what happens in the post-1960 period, is we get various forms of dependency baked into our economic systems because of the terms of trade that gets established between African economies and especially Europe at that time. And so you still see today across the continent, the majority of economies remains trapped in what we can either call monocropping or single commodity export economies, where there's no beneficiation and the economy is stuck, it can't diversify. And if you're not able to diversify your economy, you can't raise productivity, and you certainly cannot absorb this youthful labor force into the economy. There's no opportunity. So what has happened in Africa is really crazy, right? So we've seen nowhere else in the world has this happened. So typically what the economists tell us, like Danny Roderick and others, is that you start off when you're a predominantly agricultural economy and everyone is informally employed on the farms, subsistence labor. Then with urbanization, they move to cities, they get better healthcare, better education, and they get better jobs. And then their wages stabilize as they go into industrial employment. And they can begin to achieve social mobility for their children because there's regular income, the children get slightly better education and so on. Now that hasn't happened with us. People went straight from informal employment on farms to informal employment in cities. No industrialization. Didn't happen, and it's not happening. Now, again, the reasons for that we can debate for a very, very long time, but what we know empirically is that the problem of one premature deindustrialization and informal urban employment is a fact of life in most of our economies, except for 5 African economies that are more diversified, including South Africa, Egypt, and a few others. But the majority are not. And this is a fundamental problem, and it is at the root of why you will have small economies, non-existent tax bases at the urban scale. And this is a big part of this larger political stuckness about why devolution, especially devolution that includes fiscal decentralization, is simply not happening. Because national governments and national entities already feel they don't have enough revenue. How on earth can they give up power for revenue generation to subnational governments if they're struggling to keep the national fiscus afloat? Okay. Can we move on to 2 slides further, please? Sorry, Nika, I'm trying to. And now, of course, the next slide, please. And now, of course, you've made me even more nervous that this is being live streamed. I wasn't aware of that. So the only point here I want to very quickly make is just to understand our urbanization trajectory, right? So it took the global north 200 years to go from predominantly rural to predominantly urban, from 1750 to 1950. That same transition is happening in the global south in 80 years, from 1950 to 2030. But the scale of it is off the charts, okay? So we're talking about in the global north, in that 200-year period, going from 15 million people in urban areas to 423 million in urban areas. In 1950, there was already 300 million people in the global south in urban areas, and we are anticipating that that number will be almost 4 billion by 2030. So this is an order of magnitude that you can't imagine. But the point is, we've got to deal with urbanization without the benefit of an imperial and slave-driven economy that can subsidize our industrialization and our development. Secondly, we've got to do it at the time that the carbon envelope has been exhausted. So we now have got to develop a completely different economic model that is low carbon and doesn't have the environmental and social externalities that the global north had the benefit of between 1750 and now. So it's a completely different story. How are we supposed to do that, right? So this is the big question. I don't have the answers. I run a research group that tries to puzzle this out. And I talk to people around the world all the time and try and puzzle this out. Nobody's got the answer. We're all wrestling with this question. But the point that is relevant for today is that if you're a mayor, you're going to be asked to think about resilience. You're going to be asked to think about climate change, all of these other things, because we are trying to figure out a model to deal with urbanization that is fundamentally different to anything that has come before historically. So we can't simply mimic what has worked in Latin America or Asia or Europe. It's not available to us because the broader developmental environment is fundamentally, systemically different. So we need a different approach. Next slide, please. You can go on. So the section I want to shift to now is a very quick reflection on how we're thinking differently about sustainable development. Move on, please. 2 more slides. And I want to make one simple point, this slide, yes, thank you, is that when in 1992, the Rio Summit adopted a global agenda for sustainable development, we understood sustainable development to be this balancing act between environmental, social, and economic sustainability. The underlying premise of this is that these three imperatives need to be brought into harmony. But of course, because of the historical basis of development where the economy was primary, this wasn't really a question of balance or harmony, right? Because we were really trying to adjust how to incorporate environmental and social concerns without really disrupting the economic basis of it. What the SDGs represent is a fundamentally different epistemology. It's a different understanding of the nature of the environment, right? So the economy is a subsystem of a larger natural system. The social system is a subsystem of the larger natural system. So when you understand the economy to be a subsystem, you're not looking for balance, you're looking for inverting what has been the dominant model until today. So what does this mean? It means that we've got to question the very extractive core of contemporary capitalism, because it is the problem. And so when you look at the SDGs, for example, it is extremely significant that in 2015, 194 states agreed that the problem was not just poverty, SDGs 1 to 7, but it was inequality, which was never part of the global discourse until that point. And secondly, goal 8, we've got to rethink what sustainable production and consumption means. Sorry, that's a goal with innovation. Sustainable, the goal around sustainable production and consumption basically says capitalism in its current form is rotten, and we need to figure out how to transform economic relations so that it does not exhaust and exploit natural systems. That is radical. That point read in relation to the question of inequality and understanding that natural systems are the foundation that we need to build on is extremely radical. And you'll see what this means when we get to cities, because it means we've got to fundamentally rethink infrastructure, land use, therefore regulation, and the whole fiscal model that supports it and how we organize all of that. Next slide, please. So you can skip the SDGs. Everyone in this room has that burnt into their brains. But what I want to show you in this slide is once we take this nested understanding of sustainability seriously, you can see how you can rethink the SDGs, that the biosphere is the basis, society is embedded in that, and the economy is dependent on those two systems. Very, very different than that flat way of reading the 17 goals, right? Because now it means you've got a certain causality you've got to keep in mind when you think about interventions. So we can't do the environment after everything else. We start there, and then we go to the social, and then we try and understand what kind of economic system can support those two things. It's a very, very, very different debate to what it was 30 years ago, and even with the Millennium Development Goals in 2000, a very different debate. And municipal practitioners, city leaders are at the front line of this debate and figuring out what it means in practice. So if I want to move on, we can skip a few slides now. I'll tell you when to stop. So that's just a current global conversation that captures that, the donut economics debate. Move on to the next slide, please. So in the slide, what I want to reflect on here is how do we rethink from an urban perspective the SDGs? So if we take goal 11 and we put it at the center of our understanding of how to achieve the SDGs, what you can see is that goal 9, dealing with innovation, and now I can't read my slide anymore, and goal 12, dealing with responsible That was a nice advertorial right there in the middle. And goal 12 that deals with sustainable production and consumption. Those two things is where our attention is focused at the moment, because we've got to reimagine how we remake cities where the majority of people live in a fundamental way, okay? The frame for that comes from the cluster of environmental goals, the biosphere goals 13, 14, and 15. And what we are trying to get to is a different economy where people have decent work and the economy remains within environmental guardrails. That's the goal. And if we are able to realize that, it is only then that we can see the kind of impacts of material improvement that cluster on the right-hand side, the old-fashioned MDG poverty goals. And that in turn is what gives us the political empowerment, gender transformation, dealing with inequality, and of course, having systems of peace and security. So the big task ahead of us is goal 11, is to figure out how do we build a fundamentally different kind of urban fabric. Next slide, please. So what I've been trying to do in recent work is to try and disaggregate. What does this mean? And for me, there are a bunch of pockets, thanks, that we need to think through in terms of empirical research, in terms of theory development, and in terms of policy instruments and tools. So the first of these, and in a way the most strategic, is what I would call sustainable infrastructure. And I'll say a little bit more about that in the next slide. But this, of course, is the stuff that enables people and communities to live and to fulfill their well-being. And it is what cities need and economies need to thrive. But the built environment itself, the actual stock, how we build, what we build with, also needs to be transformed. So as a quick sidebar, the built environment globally, the construction sector, accounts for 40% of the carbon envelope we have to remain within 1.5 degrees warming by 2050. 40%. What that means to remain within that envelope is we have to reduce the volume of cement and steel in our construction sector around the world by 90% between today and 2050, 90%. That means within the next few years, there's got to be a moratorium to stop all concrete and cement and steel. And we have to only build with biomaterials, right? Between 2025 and 2050, if we want to get anywhere near just that component of the carbon envelope. That's how radical, that's what we're talking about. And if for anyone in South Africa, RDP housing settlements in South Africa, it takes 7 years to plan and to turn the sod and 9 years to complete. So you can imagine what's in the pipeline just in the public construction sector in South Africa. Private is the same, more or less. It takes between 4 to 7 years to get a private development realized. And of course, everything gets planned and all of your regulations for the mayors in the room says acceptable construction material is concrete and cement. More insidiously, for all of our citizens, the only symbol of progress is a concrete and a cement building and a skyscraper. That's symbols of progress, right? So we've got our work cut out for us. So that's just on that. Now, to change your technological underpinning of infrastructure, whether we're talking energy, water, transport, waste, etc., you cannot do that unless you change planning, zoning, and regulatory systems. Now, in my view, we will only go so far because there's a deeper paradigmatic question. Most of our planning systems are still rooted in a private property frame. And until we are able to rebuild at a philosophical level, the understanding that soil and land does not equate private property as the ideal form of organizing our society, but that we need to build a frame that recognizes the integrity of ecosystem services and the importance of property as a basis for collective well-being, we are not going to make a lot of progress on that level of planning, zoning, and so on. We haven't done that other work yet, and I'm with legal scholars, so I'm treading very carefully here, but I'm happy to have this debate. I think we need to think much more profoundly and deeply about how we upend the sacrosanct nature of private property as the fundamental principle of organizing land use. It is simply not consistent with a 1.5 degree world or a world where we've had a just transition. It is not consistent with that. The numbers are clear. Now, to get these things are not just about policy, persuasion, and acceptance. There's politics at the heart of it. We're going to have to see a new kind of politics. And so, for example, the climate emergency politics, the kind of sort of new social formations that are emerging that is insisting on a different kind of accountability is all part of the mix there. And I'm very intrigued by the role of digital platforms as catalysts for a new kind of politics, but also regulating differently. So, for example, we see in East Africa the emergence of independently produced digital platforms to regulate borders. And what we've seen is that this informal solution to mobility in the city has become a little bit safer because people can interact with the border service because they can rate their drivers, right? And so you see slow improvements and so on. The point is that the software for that was all developed at the garage in the back end, independent of the global tech industry, right? Local solutions that have just been hacked together. So there's, I think, the beginnings, the seeds of a set of regulatory processes that can optimize these technologies and deal with informality and help us build more inclusive economies and help us build safer cities. But again, debate for another time. The point, of course, is that all of these pockets of reform, if we take the urban question through the lens of sustainable development seriously, has profound implications for how we think about multi-level governance systems. Absolutely profound. And I guess what I want to provoke you with in the opening of this week is to suggest that the way we've been talking about devolution and decentralization for the last 30 years, if not more, I can show you a fantastic quote by Richard Strenn from 1972, where he makes exactly the same argument already, that maybe it is a little bit out of step with the scale and the urgency of the development challenges we're dealing with as urbanization is taking off at an incredible pace. And maybe it is a time to think in much more profound ways about this. And I want to sort of, I guess, leave you with two provocations, and I'm going to skip most of my talk, but you'll have the slides, is that what I mean by this is that, actually just go to the next slide and then I'll wrap up for the next few minutes with that, because I'm sure you want questions and answers. So what I'm working on at the moment is to just use the infrastructure piece as an entry point to think this bigger question. Why? That's where the money goes, right? So it's always useful to focus on where the money goes if you want to achieve political transformation or any kind of traction for anything. So when we think of an African agenda for sustainable urban development, for me, we've got to build a frame for infrastructure investment that says any investment we make has to be compliant with these criteria, because that's what we need. We need infrastructure that is low carbon. In other words, it is both about materials efficiency, but also about the possibility of continuous and upcycling. Circular economy ideas. Secondly, whenever we can eke out a job or part of a job or whatever, we've got to do it. Employment, 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 that has got to be absolutely our obsession because of the nature of the labor force, as I've said before. Thirdly, because of the way the majority of our urban dwellers are disconnected from the formal economy and how value and wealth is generated there, we've got to understand that every investment that is made needs to in turn value at the smallest spatial scale, the neighborhood, the street. So how do we ensure that? How do we organize infrastructure that people can build collective social enterprises, various forms of provisioning and maintenance and repair that in turns value in the neighborhood, right? So just imagine what that thinks for how you regulate as a municipality. Everything I'm saying here is totally impossible in South Africa because we've got a completely inappropriate regulatory environment. Fourthly, digitally enabled or primed. And lastly, the land question. It's got to be spatially efficient and just. So we know that from a land use point of view, plurality is always great. If we can have diversity of uses, diversity of ecosystems, then we get to the kind of textured contextual fabric that makes for a wonderful city, a wonderful neighborhood. So how does regulation get us there? And this is, please, not the debate about compaction versus sprawl and about, sort of live, play, and work together and so on. The planners have got a whole set of obsessions here. It's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about transforming popular neighborhoods where the majority of people live. Not how do we make the adjacency to the shopping mall more interesting or have a bit of informal trading there, okay? Not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where the majority of people live. So if we take these criteria, there are two spatial implications which has profound consequences for how we think about regulation and governance. The first is what I call deep localization, or if we take the example of renewable energy. So we know 60% of Africans don't have access to stable 24/7 electricity on the continent, 60% still, right? So we also know that the sun has set on coal. So if we've got to introduce renewable energy systems, there's incredible potential to build what we call deconcentrated systems, where at the neighborhood level, you can set up small social enterprises where they run their own energy production through renewable sources, and they can feed that back into the grid where that is available. Now, that has profound implications for how you organize energy systems. You can't have a national utility manage decentralized systems, right? So in South Africa, there's a debate about cities getting more ownership and so on. But the same principle applies to a whole bunch of other services, from mobility to waste management, et cetera, et cetera. I can give examples in discussion time, but it's not just about a radical localization to the neighborhood scale, it's also about regionalism. And Nico, if I can quibble with you, we are in deep urban land in Stellenbosch. You don't get more urban than Stellenbosch, maybe a bit of a parody of urbanism, but it is urban. And it's just a different kind of urban. The point that I'm making is that, and coming back to your point earlier, Nico, is that Stellenbosch and up to Worcester is all part of a regional catchment system. So if we take regional ecological boundaries, water catchments is a good example, it means that you have to have governance mechanisms at that scale if you want to take care and be a custodian of your natural systems. So there are two challenges here. One is regional coordination, way bigger than a metropolitan area, smaller than a province, but it's a functional catchment. And here again, interestingly enough, digital platforms can help us navigate complex political boundaries in a pretty seamless way, especially if we insist that the regulatory system has got to lend itself to full transparency. In other words, it's got to be visible to citizens, and citizens need to be able to co-produce them. And this is what blockchain and other digital technologies afford us, is a revolution in regulation, right? And so we can do these things. We have to do these things because that is what our time demands. We cannot simply try and catch up with an industrial model of urbanization that has been obsolete for at least 60 years and try and catch up with that on the continent. Wrong road to be on, right? We've got an opportunity with the SDGs and Agenda 2063 to build a very precise, practice-driven vision of what an African city looks like that is indeed sustainable as an emergent form. And I will leave it at that, and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thanks.
Wow, what do you say after that? Again, thanks for an excellent presentation. I think it sets the tone. It's very illuminating for me. It was a bit chilling at times. It was challenging. And I think this is why we're here. If there's any reason for African School on Decentralization, are these issues that you have raised. So let us get a few questions. We're running over time, but I think it's so important just to hear one or two questions, and we'll run for about another 10 minutes before we break for tea and for photographs. Yes. Any questions? Are you stunned? There at the back. Yes. Okay, sorry there and then.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Solomon Mkun of Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. My question is, you spoke about the informal economy. It's a very important subject. And the question we face now as local authorities is how do we leverage on the informal sector for local economic development? And we can no longer ignore this the fundamental fact that our economy is informalizing, and we must formalize it. Now, the question is that how do we build inclusive and safe cities around the informal sector and balance the same with the sustainable production and the environment?
Thanks. Could we get the next question? We'll collect a few and then Edgar can answer them.
Thank you, Edgar, for that good presentation. My name is Tina Nzo. I'm a participant here and a senior researcher by profession. I'm really taken aback by the fact that you are talking about, shifting the way in which we have been driving our economies in Africa. But you make a very important point that still continues to be a hurdle or a burden on us as African countries, which obviously has an impact on our cities and the way in which we plan our economies, is the path dependency perspective on our political economy. And I'm speaking from a perspective of being a South African who is now taking very much interest in the renewable energy sector, and the way in which the state is really not interested in decentralizing renewable energy, but instead wants to continue to feed, in this very extractive notion of, creating, making renewable energy to contribute towards our economic growth. Now, how do we shift from that? Because I can see that we are now moving towards the hydrogen. I mean, we obviously had IPPs, now we are going into the hydrogen, renewable energy, and we're faced with energy insecurities. Cities are desperate to start producing their own energy, but our central government is still within the notion of actually extracting, renewable energy and selling it to the global north without ensuring that we have our own manner of securing energy provision in this country. So I'd really like to get your perspective in terms of how do we really put that point across from an intergovernmental relations perspective, because we're really not talking to each other when you look at what the DMR is doing compared to what cities are going through for economic investments. So thanks.
Thanks. Any further question? Okay. Edgar, could you answer those? Yeah.
Thanks, Nico. Solomon, thanks for your question. So the informal economy and how to leverage it. So I think the first point is really a very basic one, and that is that let's just stop criminalizing informality, right? So in many of our cities and municipalities, we basically still criminalize survival practices. So that's, I think, a very basic thing to say, but it remains incredibly important because even where you have enlightened political leadership or official leadership, no one is willing to touch the bylaws that renders people vulnerable to extortion because they are technically contravening bylaws. So I think doing a major overhaul of bylaws with representatives of informal workers so that what is introduced is in fact enabling, but also very importantly, takes care of occupational health questions and environmental health questions. So in Cape Town, for example, we've had for the longest time an acknowledgement that the informal economy has to be measured. And so we've done statistical work to do so, et cetera, but very basic things like just providing refrigeration at markets for people to store their things overnight so that you don't have an environmental health impact, you cannot get traction on. You just cannot. And this is a relatively affordable set of interventions and so on. So that's the one side. The second side is that there's indeed a global movement of urban policy reform to enhance informal work so that it can be transformed into viable livelihoods. This is under the auspices of a global network of informal worker movements called WIGO, Women in Informal Employment, Globalizing and Organizing. We've worked with them over the last 10 years to do their urban research across the world. And what we've done in that research was, one, the first step is governments can't respond if they can't measure. If they can't see something, they don't know what to do. So we've built statistical instruments to measure the size of the informal economy by subsector, by sector and subsector, and the dynamics of that. Secondly, we've now gotten the International Labour Organization, as WIGO has gotten the International Labour Organization to standardize the metrics of measurement of informal economies across the world at the urban scale as well. Mexico is the gold standard, and so we've worked with the Mexican government to get that as the standard bearer. And so there's work underfoot to at least get statistical agencies to provide that resource to city governments and so on. The third point is that the big reform, the low-hanging fruit here is planning reform and creating an enabling environment and a safe operating environment for informal workers and informal businesses. And there's a whole set of templates that WIGO has developed that municipalities can adapt to their local conditions in conversation and partnerships with informal workers. Now, to come to your broader point about how does this connect, not just with inclusivity, but also the larger transition to what I would call green industrialization, I think that here the opportunity is to look at new economic sectors, new economic opportunities. And I'll give one example again. This is now the other extreme, from the former Premier of the Western Cape to my youngest son who should be in school and is WhatsApp calling me in the middle of the morning. How does that work? Too much information, sorry. The second point is about that is to look at these new sectors. And just one example, again, I'll use South Africa because it just comes to mind immediately. A technology was developed in South Africa to take the public works program as a framework. The public works program in South Africa is a guaranteed labor scheme for 100 days a year per household where everyone is unemployed, and you then get a minimum income. So a program was developed to take the shell of that and say, let's not do the 100 days per year, but let's do the Indian model. They've got a rural employment guarantee scheme in India. And the presidential employment scheme is built around this in South Africa in the last few years. And this guarantees poor households employment for 2 days a week in perpetuity, and for as long as everyone is unemployed in the household. So what we've been able to do is, that's the one piece. The second piece is in the Department of Environment Affairs, there was a small experimental lab that took alien vegetation. So this is an environmental service here. And that gets removed because an alien tree, that's an invasive species, consumes 100 times more water than indigenous fauna in the Western Cape. rainbows. And so you've got to clear these things, otherwise they choke off your ecosystems. So they clear that, and then they wood chip it, and with a 5% cement mixture, they can create a construction material that is extremely sustainable in terms of its performance, but it is also more durable than conventional brick and mortar. They then developed a construction technique that allows you to use that slurry of alien vegetation wood pulp without any machines, and you can build a public house. You can build an RDP house, as we call them in South Africa. And you can still remain within the fiscal envelope of the public subsidy for public housing. The problem is the national department that regulates construction materials is not willing to amend their schedule of construction materials to accommodate this, even though it has passed all of the tests of the South African Bureau of Standards, and it is a completely viable construction material. So that's a governance failure, it's a governance mismatch. The point that I'm trying to make is that you can soak up tens of thousands of unemployed people or people who are in the informal construction sector, deploy them into this framework, build public housing, improve your ecosystem services because you're removing the aliens, the water table is not as severely affected. You can replant with indigenous fauna. That in itself can be an input into the food system. And not just can you build housing, but you can also do furniture. You can do school desks and a whole variety of things. So there's a whole set of value chains that you can build from a sustainable resource where you can suck up unemployed people who are unskilled, and they can organize themselves into social enterprises, running small businesses, doing this work. But because they've got fixed contracts with the state, they can hopefully over time get better and mature and become private businesses. So that's sort of one example. We can go through a whole bunch of other lists and so on. The point is that it is not that difficult to connect small informal enterprises with new economic opportunities, especially if we think in relation to the built environment. Think parks, think green infrastructure, think early childhood development. We've got 600,000 women in South Africa who are informally employed running ECDs with zero subsidy from the state. That's absurd, absolutely absurd. They're technically in the informal economy. Surely we can develop a regulatory framework to give them a little bit of subsidy, support them so that they understand nutritional value, connect urban farms to those ECDs, et cetera, et cetera. So the point I'm making is, if we just look at all of the needs of the most vulnerable in our cities, and we look at the number of unemployed or semi-employed people, we can imagine value chains to solve those problems. But it needs regulation and state incentive and state support. And so that's the point relative for this week. On your question, Tenanso, yeah, I mean, there's an article this morning in the Daily Maverick by Mark Swilling, the chair of the DBSA board, where he specifically he obviously dreamt your question and so wrote an op-ed to respond to your question. So please read that, where he's talking about our dilemmas, about, you know, what's the choices confronting us in not making the switch. But to answer your question more broadly about path dependency and so on. So, and it's a good place, always nice to end on politics. So the point is that you have to build a viable political coalition. There is no way around it. So path dependency combined with vested political interest and within the bureaucracy, what I would call bureaucratic inertia, that's the deadly, deadly trio, right? And so how do you disrupt that? Firstly, you have to build an imagination that is compelling in the public sphere about what an alternative could look like and how it could work. Secondly, you've got to have experiments that demonstrates this is viable, this can be done. And from those experiments, produce a set of clear policy agenda items, including prescripts, guidelines, regulatory frameworks, etc., that shows how do you move from the status quo to this alternative in a way that is irrefutable by the powers that be. So once those building blocks are in place, then you build the coalitions across the system, from the think tanks to the activist organizations, to the affected people, and you have very specific campaigns where you focus on the thing that is burning in the public sphere and you turn that into a systematic campaign, because all you need really is precedent in one place. You need one municipality or one province or one state or enterprise to say, okay, we're going to take a chance on this. And once you've got precedent, then of course you've got the basis for mainstreaming. But there is no technical bypass to that kind of politics. You need a deliberate coalition-driven politics that has clear intent, but is also able to win the battle of hearts and minds in the public sphere. So it's not good enough to just do the techie work. You also have to build a political message so that you have a receptive citizenry that can say, exert the political pressure for politicians to be a bit more responsive. The reasons why that's not the case, that's a conversation for over a whiskey, but yeah, thanks for your questions.
Thank you very much, Edgar, for a really illuminating presentation that sets us on the right track. We are looking at real problems. We have to confront it, and I hope that this, and I'm sure that the next 10 days will be that head-on confronting these challenges. We've got the we've got the presenters, and that we are here as a collective to think through many of these problems. Michelle.
Prof, we have one question online from Lester Malchus, if we can give him.
Yeah, we actually sort of almost run out of space, out of time, but I'm sure we can get that question to Edgar, and then
Perfect.
Can just drop a line. So thank you very much. There was a long but very, very interesting start. We will be having tea and coffee outside. And Henry, what is the arrangements with the photographs? Yeah, okay.
Thanks. I know we are running a bit behind time, but first we're going to have photographs. We're going to get direction from the team that is helping us with the photographs. Initially, the idea was to go upstairs, but I think the weather may allow us to go just down the stairs and to a clearing just behind here for the photographs. And before that, for our participants who are going to be here, I've seen a lot of us taking photos of the slides. We're going to be sending you all the slides that are going to be presented in the course. So don't worry about taking out your phones to take the photos. You're going to get all of them. Just focus on understanding what's happening. Housekeeping, there's restrooms on your right when you just step outside. We have restrooms here. And then I will need, legally speaking, your consent forms to take your photos and to use them afterwards. So in your folder, you'll find an audiovisual consent and release form. Please sign it and hand it to me on your way out to go and take the photos. And then I know our keynote mentioned that he wasn't aware that we were live streaming his session, is because as we said, we received over 300 applications. Others wanted to be part of the course, but it's only restricted to the 25 that were selected. So those who wanted to join us today, we decided to have them just join the first two sessions via Zoom. So the next session is also going to be live streams for those who are going to be in the panel. So be aware and work on your nerves in the meantime. Outside, just right outside on your right, we have books on urban planning and housing. Feel free to take a copy if you find it interesting. It's from one of our organizing partners called Development Action Group, who you will be meeting during the site visit to the informal settlements or next week. So otherwise, a bit more of housekeeping. Please let's keep our phones silent for the next sessions. Otherwise, thank you very much. I will receive your audiovisual consent form, and then we can just walk down and have our photos taken. And then we come back right out here for tea and coffee before we get back in for the next session. So the next session should start 10:25, I mean 11:25. Yeah. So that's exactly 30 minutes from now.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know, I'm the Henry. Sorry, I forgot. I forgot to introduce myself.
Okay.
This morning, coming out of a great opening to share with you really the lived experience and perspective of city leaders from across Africa. So we have a great panel that we're going to be hearing from this morning. We have Mayor Chilando Chatangala, who's been mayor of Lusaka in Zambia since August 2021. And prior to this, she was the deputy mayor. She's had an extensive career in business and is a gender and youth activist. We also have Mayor Anthony Mvo Diambongo, who's the mayor of Wum in Cameroon. Wum is located in one of the two Anglophone regions of Cameroon, and he's currently serving his second mandate after being re-elected in 2020. Then we have Quentin Ells. He is the mayor of Manzini in Eswatini. He's served as a councillor in Manzini since 2017 and was elected mayor in 2021. In addition to being the mayor, he's also on the board of the Alliance of Mayors, the Mayor's Initiative for Community Action on AIDS at the local level, AMACAL, and the Eswatini Local Government Association. And we have with us Honorable Alexander Noi Aduma, who is currently serving his second term as Municipal Chief Executive to Adenta in Ghana, which is a municipality which is Accra adjacent. He's responsible for the day-to-day performance of the executive and administrative functions of the Assembly. So please join me in welcoming our panel. We'll be hearing from them on the experience in their cities, and we've also asked them to focus just a little bit on one specific area of focus. So you don't really want to hear from me, we want to hear from our city leaders. So I would like to call Mayor Chilando to the podium, who's going to tell us a little bit about leading in Lusaka and some of the challenges around being in a capital city. So please, Madam Mayor, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Being a politician, I also say all protocols observed in case they charge me. Thank you very much. My name is Chilando Chitangala, and I am the mayor for the city of Osaka in Zambia, which is of course the capital city, as introduced. Listening to what Professor Edgar was talking about, I kept on thinking, oh, wow, he needs to really mentor some of us, the civic leaders. Lusaka is one of the fastest growing cities in Africa. And of course, we are also facing a lot of challenges like any other cities. And one of the things that I was sitting there and thinking is how policies and laws we talked about, and those are some of the challenges that we've had as a city. The policies and laws, the bylaws that we have as a local authority, the enforcement has been a challenge, and all this is due to a few things that I would like to share with you. The first one is, of course, political interference. I'm coming from a local authority that is, of course, a capital city, and there's a lot of political interference in my city. And then also resources. Resources are not enough. Reason is we have a lot of, unplanned settlement in the city, and that makes it very difficult for the local authorities to collect their dues, their revenues. And then also community involvement. Having a population that is mostly youthful, and also now the adults, I've found it very difficult to involve adults in community development or sensitization, teaching them new things because they are stuck there. So I use youths now and school children. So that is one of the challenges I'm having, because even when I go out there to do sensitization, I'm receiving resistance. So I'm concentrating on the youths and the children now. unregulated growth in a city where urbanization is taking place at a very, very fast rate. So it means that, like I mentioned, unplanned settlements, 70% of my city is unplanned. So it's not very easy to manage it. Then, of course, I'll talk about also partisan politics. When I was deputy mayor and the council, I was in a ruling party, and then now I found myself in the opposition. Well, thank God I won. But yeah, partisan politics have really gone down to our communities. So even when you want to take a good developmental idea to the community, but because you're coming from a different party, it means that there'll be resistance. And yet something is very good for the people. But because you're coming from a different political party, they will reject it. So those are some of the things that I've been facing. So political interference, I'll talk about markets. In a city where the local authority is supposed to generate a lot of money from markets and bus stops, we have a group of what we call cadres, political cadres who work with us in markets. So there is a lot of siphoning of monies from markets and bus stops. And when you want to put your foot down, you receive resistance and you become a political enemy. Thank God the new government, my new president now is talking about removing these people from the markets, but it hasn't been easy. They're right there in the markets. And we are trying to remove them, but it means that the local authority, like where I'm coming from, there's a lot of leakages in finances. And then political interference, of course, comes in when I have a big challenge like street vending in my city, where I have over 8,000 to 9,000 vendors. And each time I go out there and tell them, I'm not chasing them, I need to organize them. The next thing is I receive resistance from my leaders, the other leaders. Of course, it means the other ministers or just huge political voices, because they're scared not to be voted for the next election. So that makes my work difficult, because I want to clean the city. I want to make sure that the vendors are trading designated areas. And the next thing I receive is wait. Why am I waiting? Because I don't have time. No, because these are voters. Yes, they're voters, but they need to trade in designated areas. No. So those are some of the big challenges that I'm facing in a city like where I'm coming from. And then involvement in communities, cleanliness, waste collection, solid waste management is very difficult, especially when you have unplanned settlements, but also if you have a big challenge like street vending. So community involvement has been a challenge as well, because I have what we call Cape Osaka Clean, and people don't want to take part. They don't own the Cape Osaka Clean. They want the local authority to come there and pick up the garbage for them or do everything for them. But it's all about mindset changing. I try to do the sensitization. That's why I was talking about, now trying to involve the youths and the children in schools, because they will grow up with it. So I have a very big challenge with those vendors, because most of them are adults. They don't want to clean up after them. So they'll clean the surrounding where they are waking from. And planned settlements means that it's so difficult for a local authority to bring services to you, the people, because every time I want to bring probably a road or water, a pub, you've built a house, you've built a shop. So those are some of the challenges. So now we're working on peri-urban development, but it means that bringing services to you, the people who live in peri-urban areas, is very slow. Yeah, and then Osaka being the capital city, of course, there's a lot of urbanization taking place, but that doesn't mean that when you move to an urban city, it means that you've come to reap or you are taking part in the growth or the economic, your economic status has changed. Actually, there's what we're calling urban poverty, and it's a lot there, it's growing. So even if you come to the cities, you end up sleeping at the bus stop or living in unplanned settlement like it is. And then, of course, details of partisan politics, what is also slowing down the development and also bringing a lot of challenges to an office like mine. So those are some of the things I'm sharing. I don't know if I should go into details, or maybe as you ask the questions, I'll go into details. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mayor Chalanga. We would now like to call Honorable Anthony Mbo Digabong to the microphone to tell us a little bit about leading in womb. I was a bit remiss in his introduction. I should also say that he is the Vice President of the United Cities and Councils of Cameroon, as well as Mayor of Womb. So please, Mayor Anthony.
Hi, good morning all. I'm so excited to be amongst you. I want to say that South Africa means just too much for me because the very first time I entered the plane was coming to South Africa in 2010 when I came for the World Festival of Youths and Students. And the second time was in 2015 when I came for the Afri-Cities in Sanctum City in Joburg. And this is my third time of coming to South Africa. Like the mayor of Lusaka said, I'm a bit different because I am actually of the ruling CPDM party in Cameroon. But then the challenges remain the same. Cameroon is, by the constitution, a decentralized unitary state. And so we have three levels of governance. We have the central government, we have regions, and we have local councils. And the local council in Cameroon is defined as a local authority. Two words, local means the base, authority means you have certain powers that you can take at your level. And as a mayor, you can take three major decisions at your level. We have what we call a municipal order, which is signed by the mayor. We have what we call a municipal decision, which is co-signed by the mayor and the supervisory authority, who is the senior divisional officer. And then we have a deliberation, which is done by councillors and then signed by the mayor and the supervisory authority, the senior divisional officer. The introduction has already been made of who I am. As Claire said, I'm the first national vice president of the United Councils and Cities of Cameroon. Cameroon has 360 councils and 360 councils and 14 city councils, making a total of 374 councils. So we have a union which embodies all these councils. And so we have a mandate of 5 years. We were elected last year for a mandate of 5 years. So my president is one of the mayors of the capital city, Yaoundé 7, and I'm the first vice president. Coming back to my city, the second slide. Second slide. Okay, thank you. We have a summary of my presentation. Okay. Oh, I did. Okay, thank you. We have a summary of my presentation, which goes thus: introduction, challenges, priorities, approach, and youth empowerment. You see there, the first, please, just 1 minute back. That is mentioned for us. We studied in the primary school that this could light the whole of West Africa, but that has not been generated. There have been studies and many other things done, but nothing has yet come out from this dam. This dam is found, as I said, we have 10 regions in Cameroon. 2 are English-speaking, the Northwest and the Southwest regions. I'm from the Northwest region. The next slide, that is the maquette, what we call maquette of the town hall, which I'm building, which is almost completed. My city was created in 1948. And we have moved through a lot of metamorphosis from the then Menchum to Menchum Council Union to Womb Area Authority, and today Womb Council, by the law of 18 July 2004, created now the Womb Council. So we are involved in taking leadership of 19 villages that make up my municipality. You see there, we are bounded, I'll not waste your time. They bounded in the north by Fungom subdivision, in the west by the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in the east We have Fundong Council, which is another council called Boyo Division. We have the South by Bafut subdivision. And we are 80 kilometers from the regional headquarters, Bamenda. We have a population of about 82,276 inhabitants. The location of whom is between latitude 6 north and 7 north and longitude 9 east and 10 east. We have the mountainous and valleys. The mountainous areas range from 900 meters to 2,140 meters, and the valleys range from about 210 to 600 meters high. Next slide. There you see what are the main activities. Our main activity is agriculture. The knowledge of minerals in the municipality is very limited. The law, we have the law on decentralization, law number 2019/024 of 24 December 2019, which has given us powers to exploit simple minerals that are found within our municipality. But we are still waiting for the text of application up to this moment. Every law that comes out of parliament, we must have to wait for the text of application before we can actually get involved and engaged in it. So we have been waiting for the law. So there's very little knowledge of mineral exploitation in my municipality. We have animal husbandry. We are actually the second, the Northwest region has 7 divisions. Out of the 7 divisions, we are second in animal husbandry. We just constructed, like you see in the pictures as we progress, a modern cattle market where we use it to generate revenue. We have 4 lakes, crater lakes within my municipality. We can even call it at times the land of great lakes. We have 4 lakes in my municipality. We have exceptionally hot springs within my municipality. We have a good vegetation and good forests with a lot of fauna and fauna around these forests, which is a reserve which has hardly been exploited because of lack of means. This next slide. There you see who are the Agams. The municipality is made up of 2 basic ethnic groups, what we call the Agams. The Tikas and the Hausas, Fulanese, they are there. We have the Widikum in Aguli, Atwe, Menteng, Etiaku, and the Bangwe, which make up the other smaller group. The majority of the group are the Agams. There you see the culture of the Wum people. We are involved in the sculpture and so on and so forth. And how is decisions or how are decisions taken within the municipality? We have women groups, we have men groups. There's a women group we call Ndokwife for the men, and for the women we call Ndofungwi. When there's a problem, when there's a protest, the women will have to assemble at the Paramount Palace to be able to protest their needs and their wants. And until that problem is solved, they remain in the palace. So we call that group Ndofungwi and the men Ndokwife. We have traditional dances which animate during installations, during death celebrations, and any other occasion. They come out occasionally to animate during this occasion. Then we have a famous one that we call the Dua. The Dua dance group is showing manhood. It is done by young people who have been able to have at least a child, and it's another occasion to test fidelity in women. During, you might laugh, but that is how it's done. It's used to test fidelity in women. When you want to dance the group, when you want to perform that dance, they will prepare, it's usually done in March. They will prepare some liquid some herbs that you drink, and you have to embrace your husband if you have been faithful to your husband. If it is believed that if you are not faithful, you are not been faithful to your husband, you will not be able to do that. So it's a means of testing fidelity, and that dance group also leads to every planting season. So it's usually done in March. Next slide. There you see One of the challenges, the main challenges we have is we all know that you cannot develop without land. Prof talked about land issues here. It's a very fundamental issue and problem that we have, that we've been trying to. The laws on land that we are using in Cameroon, unfortunately, are laws that date back to 1976. And in 1976, for example, at that time, Womb Council was called Womb Municipal Authority. By that time, we had somebody who had a dual function. That is the district officer or the divisional officer that we have today, had a dual function. He was a municipal administrator and he was a divisional officer at that time. So it had no problem because he could take decisions the way he wanted to take. But today, those functions have two individuals that perform those functions. Today, the mayor performs the functions of the municipal administrator, and the divisional officer performs the functions of the district medical officer, the district officer. So it becomes complex and complicated because it is believed in Cameroon that all land is state land, belongs to the state. And who represents the state is a divisional officer who represents the state at the level of the subdivision. And so before you have land, you must go through the divisional officer who convinces commission to be able to go inspect the land, and before you can further any investment, whether school you want to build, hospital or whatever, you must pass through it. And the unfortunate thing is that the mayor is not even part of this commission. This commission is made up of the divisional officer, the appointed civil servants who are in charge of the land services, the traditional role of that area, and so on. So the mayor, with the laws of decentralization, we are still struggling. The prime minister came out with a decree some few years behind, instituting that mayors become vice presidents of these commissions. Unfortunately, it met a lot of resistance because they protested that it is not a law, it's a decree that has been signed. So a law, it's above a decree, so it couldn't work. So we are trying to push it through so that mayors can have, or can be either vice presidents. And one thing to note is the fact that most of the divisional officers are not indigents of that area. So most of them, when they come, they sell the land the way they want to sell. In the next 2, 3, 4, maximum 5 years, once they stay there, they are transferred to different areas, but the land has been sold. And so it becomes complex and complicated for the council to function. We have a lack of finances. Most often our finances at the local level are like advertisement taxes, policy taxes, and so on. Those taxes are centralized. The state does not allow us to collect. They are collected by divisional chief of taxations and so on. They collect and send to the central level. And at the central level, they now decentralize it through what they call council additional taxes. So we have a complicated issue that we cannot be able to collect all our local taxes, and it makes it difficult and almost impossible for us to function. If I must give facts, you see, for example, now, this council additional taxes, considering the situation that I'm going to dwell on later on about the problem in the Northwest and Southwest, they have reduced even by 40% as at the last quarter. They give us 4 quarters every year. The last quarter of 2021 has just been paid, and they have reduced it by 40%, and we don't collect revenue. So it makes our functioning almost impossible. Next slide. There are some of the priority projects. I want to say something. Somebody said politicians are not leaders because they only think about the next election, while leaders think about the next generation. Some of us differ actually with that. And I think it's time in Africa for us to think that we think about the next generation and not the next elections. When you see, when I came in as mayor, like Clyde already said, I was elected in 2013. My first 3 years, I worked well with the population. After that came in the crisis in the Northwest and Southwest regions, where Anglophones are protesting that they are of the minority and their rights have not been recognized. And so there has been that conflict for the past, since 2016 to date. And so some of the projects you see here have all been realized within this difficult period that we go through with the non-state armed groups. So you see, those are the yellow sheds there are in the main market, the Womb Council market, where we will be able to, we came and saw, it was a whole, unfortunately, the other pictures are not there. So we have decided to demolish, and we have been building this every year. The good thing is that we have a Ministry of Decentralization and Local Development, which is in charge of councils. And so this ministry is giving to us every year, to each council, about 100 million francs for projects to be carried out in each council area is given this amount of money every year. The law on decentralization that I just quoted, 2019-024, says that at least 15% of the state budget has to be devolved to councils. But since 2019 up to date, we are not able to have that realized. So we have been managing, the sheds we are building there have been coming from the subsidies that we have been having of 100 million every year. There you see the modern town hall, the one we saw from the beginning. That is the level of construction. That's the last picture I took. That is where we are today. And we have been struggling to see that we institute other future needs of the municipality. For example, composite construction of story buildings within a certain perimeter of the municipality. We know that it's an emerging city. In the next 30, 40, 50 years, how will the city look like? So we have carved out a certain area. For you to construct there, it must be a story building. If you don't have the means, you either lease the land, you sell it, or you wait until you have the money to be able to construct a story building around this area. And I bet you we have been able to have a good number of story buildings come up around this area. The next thing is that we have instituted, because of inclusiveness, because most often in developing a city, most of us, the mayors, we think that we do things with everybody except them. But the Womb Council, we are trying to do everybody with including them. What do I mean by including them? The disabled are never considered in most of our decisions when we take decisions. So we have gone into that to make sure that instituting construction of ramps and or lifts in all public buildings. Every building must either have a ramp or a lift, so that the handicapped person has a right to see the mayor at any time. Like someone, it's his legal right to see the mayor. So you cannot construct a story building, you are up there as a mayor, I expect a handicap. How does a handicapped person get to you? So in that town hall you are seeing there has a lift, provision for a lift and a ramp, so that the handicapped person can be also, or the disabled person can be able to get to you, the mayor, and see you. So that's why we instituted that deliberation by the councillors, so that every public building must have a ramp and or a lift. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. I'm getting towards the end. Next slide. Okay. Okay. There was a typical question that was asked to me: how have I been able to succeed in navigating with the present context that I find myself coming from the troubled Northwest region? Some of the situations have been, the first thing is that when this thing started in 2016, 2018, I organized an interreligious service, which we prayed. All the priests, the pastors, we all came together and prayed for the population, because we know without prayers, nothing can work. We prayed, and from that day, we saw things evolving. We have also have the involvement of civil society and non-governmental organizations who have come in to assist us. In the state budget of 2019-2020, we gave out 5, 6, and 4 million francs to the civil society organization that help to organize activities to enhance peace within our municipality. More so, we have, in all our council sessions, because unfortunately there's no time to share some experiences, people used to think that a council belongs to the mayor and its councillors. So we decided to implement a decision that will involve everybody into the council. In all council sessions, we invite presidents of all socio-professional groups. That is, we call them barbers, builders, carpenters, you name the rest. We invite all the presidents of those groups, and we give them small allowance to go out and organize their own small meetings within their communities, so that they can explain to them their responsibilities towards the council and their rights towards the council. And the last but not the least, we have been trying to mediate between the non-state armed groups and the government by way of doing some assistance in health insurance and social dialogue through the Womb Community Radio. We have a community radio, first of its kind, that will be able to dialogue with this population. As far as the youth are concerned, we have just taken a municipal order creating a youth council. And this youth council meets, we have holiday jobs every year. We offer 150 holiday jobs every year to students who are going to the next class, so that they can be able to have some small allowance to pay, that will pay their fees and buy their basic needs for the next academic year. It is, I just launched the project before coming. It starts every 1st of July to the 31st of August, because schools usually resume in September. So we have this youth holiday work. We have the organization of, please, the next slide. Okay. You see on the back, the Womb Council workers. There on the extreme right, that's myself with the students, with the wheelbarrow. There you have the Womb Council Unity Tournaments, which is played every December. It's in the 5th edition. We call it Womb Council Peace and Unity Tournament. As I was saying, we have this council. The council, how is it composed? My council has 25 councillors. Each councillor was asked within his area of competence to select one youth and send. So we got these names from the councillors, and the municipal order was signed, creating a youth council, which meets every year, and to make the children have the interest in how they can manage their own different affairs and belonging as part of the council that they have by right belong to. And there, the next slide is just telling us that as politicians, we have a dark background where we have people fighting us from all angles. But at the end of the day, we must have a white future to be able to lighten up the municipality that you have been entrusted for the success of every community in which you lead. Thank you once more for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we heard a lot of really interesting points there about how to bring the community together, even in a zone which is facing conflict. And we'll be able to talk a bit more about that when we come to the questions. But I would just like to then now call up Mayor from quite a different city, Mayor of Manzini, Mr. Quentin Ells, who's going to tell us a little bit about Manzini and also about the work that they're doing on local economic development.
All protocols observed. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Quentin Ells from the city of Manzini in the small kingdom of Eswatini. I'm the mayor there. So, colleagues, I'm not used to making presentations, so you will have to bear with me for all my inadequacies. So all I'm used to is to making promises and trying to, and I try to ensure that those promises are delivered to our residents. So I hire people to do presentations. Colleagues, I'm from, I'll be talking about, this is what my presentation is all about. Introduction to Manzini, our priorities in as far as development is concerned, milestones in local economic development. I'll be talking about that in the main, LED, because it is what matters to us. And then I'll share with you our challenges. Of course, political interference, like the mayor from Osaka said, is a problem for almost every city in Africa. I don't know how they do it in Europe, but in Africa, political interference is a problem. Manzini is the hub of the country. Our city is the country's largest urban center, after Mbabane, the capital city, of course. Estimated population is 36,412. Residents in the urban area, excluding daytime population, of course, which is over 120,000. Just a small city in a small kingdom. It is also estimated that roughly 24,900 people reside on the periphery of the city. The city is sitting on an area of about 2,447 hectares of land. It's a small city. This is a picture of the main streets. One of the main streets, of course, we've got, I think, around about 2 main streets. So this is just one of them. Priorities in as far as development is concerned, we developed an IDP, guided by a 5-year development plan. We call it an integrated development plan. So the current IDP that we are using started in 2019, and it's going to end in 2024. It has 6 thematic areas, which are institutional capacity and growth, stakeholder management, because you need to manage the stakeholders all the time so that they don't give you too much problems. Also, urban planning and sustainable human settlements. We're also focusing on sustainable environmental management, integrated socio-economic development, and integrated infrastructure program. We want our people to take part in as far as our programs on infrastructure are concerned. The LED now, we adopted an LED strategy in 2014 in an attempt to foster an inclusive and bottom-up approach in planning and implementation of development initiatives. So our strategy, the LED, has 5 focus areas. They are there being the creation of a conducive environment for businesses to thrive within the city, the development of the tourism sector in the city for creation of business opportunities. And also, one of the focus areas is the involvement of our communities in infrastructure development projects, and also extending the capacity of the informal sector businesses to achieve economic growth within the city. We try to avoid criminalizing the informal sector, just like the prof said in the morning. This is a map showing the city's boundaries, just a small city. Coming to the milestones that we have achieved in as far as the LED is concerned, we have on eradication of business red tape. We have tried to improve the issuing and processing of health clearance certificates. So in our city, if you want to start a business, you need to go to council to get what we call a health clearance certificate. So before the LED, it was taking more than 5 days to get that processed and issued to the business person or the stakeholder. But through the LED, we have managed to reduce that to a day, because we realized that we were frustrating our people, because they had to wait for 5 days for a health certificate to be issued out before they start working. Also, we have reduced the turnaround time for processing building plans. So previously you would submit a building plan. Say, for instance, you want to extend your property or you want to build a new establishment. So you'd have to submit your building plan and wait for 2 weeks for us to approve and allow you to go ahead. But now we have reduced that to 5 days through the LED, and we have also reduced the turnaround time for processing special consent from 6 weeks to 2 weeks. And as far as the development of the tourism sector, we have identified 8 historical sites and profiled them for tourist attraction purposes. We've also managed to establish relations with the tourism authority of the country for partnership in promoting the city as a tourist destination of choice. So please visit the city. There is a lot that you are going to experience when you are there. You will surely love it. We have further established a partnership with a travel tour in the city called the Bush Travel for the purposes of facilitating tours to our identified historical sites. I think on Friday, we had Durban Tourism Authority visiting our country for the MTN Bushfire Festival. And we have a partnership with them. We want them to mention our city when they are doing tourism activations in South Africa. And we also mention their city when we do activations in our country. So we can partner with your tourism authority also if you want to be known in Africa. So this is one of the tourism attractions areas where we have the King Somhlolo statue King Somhlolo is one of our late kings. You know that we're a kingdom. We don't have that much of democracy because democracy doesn't exist. When it comes to involvement of communities in infrastructure projects, we have conceptualized and implemented a community contracting project whereby small contractors from the communities are awarded infrastructure maintenance projects in their wards. So we encourage young people who are unemployed to form companies. And when we want to maintain our infrastructure, we give those tenders to their companies to try and help them, because unemployment in my country is quite high. Also, the municipality has also established a community labor mobilization program, which forces, I like that, which forces contractors awarded infrastructure development projects to prioritize hiring residents, our people, in unskilled jobs. So we give you a tender to go and construct a road, say for instance, in Ward 1. And when you get there, we want you to hire the people of that ward in your unskilled jobs. It's a requirement. If you fail to do that, we just take the tender and give it to someone else who will be able to do that. Also, when it comes to informal sector support initiatives, the goal here was to improve business management capabilities of vendors operating within the city. We entered into a partnership with a Swatini Fair Trade Organization to ensure continuous training of our vendors on areas of basic bookkeeping, product development, and also marketing. Coming to market linkages, we established relations with the Ministry of Commerce for the purposes of facilitating market linkages of products with the international community. So our people, you find that they make those products, but they don't know what is it that they need to do to export them to the global world. So we tried to partner with the Ministry of Commerce to try and forge those ways. Increased trading opportunities in an effort to provide more trading opportunities for our informal traders. The municipality hosts quarterly flea markets whereby vendors sell their different products in a closed street setup. So what we do, we close the whole street and ban motorists from using that street for the whole day. And we allow our vendors to come in and display their products there so that people coming from all the parts of the country can buy those products. That happens quarterly. And when it happens for the whole day. This is an example of the flea market. This street is in the CBD, very close to the bus rank. So people will jump off the bus and go to the flea market and buy whatever that they want to buy. The products that are sold there are sold mostly by women who are unemployed, but who are just in the informal sector trying to make a living. When it comes to youth support initiatives through the LED, of course, we held a symposium for the youth where they voiced out the factors limiting their participation in the city's economy. The following issues were raised during the symposium. They talked about unemployment, where they said they can't participate in the city's economy because they are unemployed. Also, they complained about limited support given to young entrepreneurs and substance abuse, of course, and lack of recreational facilities. From this symposium, a program named Suguma Youth Program was conceptualized and started, where Suguma just means, Suguma there, my pointer is working against me. Suguma means stand up. So that is what we started, a youth program. And in this youth program, we started a youth empowerment fund, and we provide seed capital to youth business startups. The municipality also established a youth recycling project titled Imaling a TB, which means earning money out of waste, whereby the youth is capacitated on utilizing waste to earn a living. Challenges. Of course, interference being the main one, but we have encountered quite a number of challenges as we try to deliver our mandate, pandemic-related challenges and their socio-economic impact, e.g. unemployment, loss of business, and loss of life. This has led to the second one, reduced and inconsistent property rates payments. So you find that COVID-19 led to a very, very, very high rate of unemployment. So our people now are unemployed. We had the problem of unemployment before COVID. So when COVID came, it only got worse. So now our people can't pay their property rates as expected. And yet we need that money to deliver. So it is a huge problem. And some of them, they lost their businesses during COVID and they can't bounce back. So that also reduces what we were getting as a council from those businesses. Also, there's been a loss of life. So some families are left with unemployed young people who cannot pay property rates, yet they are staying inside town, and we want money from them because they are staying inside town, but their unemployed parents are late. Also, there's been a huge decrease in government subvention. So we rely a lot on government subvention. But for the past 2 years, government has been telling us that, we are trying to deal with the effects of COVID. Cities should try to make it work on their own. There are quite a number of health issues, education, that we need to take care of. So you guys try to survive. How? Find a way. That is what they are saying. So there's been a dramatic increase in the cost of infrastructure and coupled with a dilapidation of road infrastructure. The price of everything has gone up. We want to build roads. We want to put proper structures in the city, but the cost of doing everything has gone up in a very, very ridiculous way. On the other side, we do not have money. Government has reduced subvention. People are struggling to pay their property rates. So it's a very, very difficult situation, but we are surviving. Lastly, non-compliance to regulations. At times for a resident to comply as expected, he must have the means to do that, resources. So people don't have what it takes to comply. So we fight with them every day. As much as we don't want to fight, but you find that more often than not, we need to fight. But they say, we don't have what it takes to comply. We don't have the resources. What do you want us to do? So it's a struggle, but we are trying. That's it from our end. That was my job to tell you about our story. And please try to make some sense out of it. And good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we can see quite a few themes coming through, these issues around economic development, reduced budgets, reduced revenues coming both from central government, but also from citizens. How are cities able to deliver in that context? We're going to hear from our final speaker on our panel, which is Alexander Nino Aduma, who's the Municipal Chief Executive of Adenta in Ghana.
Good afternoon to everyone. And all protocol observed. But before I start, let me extend our gratitude to the CLGF, who has made my presence here very possible by sponsoring us. So CLGF, thank you very much. And to the Omar Dula Institute, right? I say we are pleased to be here and to see what is happening here. I'll tell my people about what is happening and maybe you see more of us in the future. Well, my name is Daniel Alexander Nino Aduma. If you call me Daniel, I'll respond. And if you call me Alex too, I'll respond. The main thing is that I'm the municipal chief executive of the Inter-Municipal Assembly. I was nominated by Mr. President in 2017 to serve a 4-year term. I finished in 2020, COVID year. We held an election. He won the election again, and I'm back in office. He nominated me again. Again, the assembly members elected me or endorsed it, my presence with 100% vote. So that is why you see me here today and not in opposition. The Inter-Municipal Assembly, as it were, is a very young assembly, created in the year 2008. And yeah, I'm supposed to be using this. Okay. Yes, created in 2008. Was actually on the leap year, 29 February was inaugurated. It means that we get to spend our anniversary every 4 years. So that is where we are. We are very, very, very young. But the major thing is that our Adenta, if I have to situate it, the Adenta Municipal Assembly is in the Greater Accra region. And the Greater Accra region is one of 16 regions in the Greater in Ghana. Indeed, the Greater Accra region is the smallest in size of the regions, but the most populous by the 2020 census, which gives us a population of 237,000 plus people in the region. When you come to think of it, you realize that even though it's the smallest region, it is the most populous region in the whole country. And it means that everybody wants to come and live in Greater Accra. That is a problem and a challenge that we have. So you see, in Greater Accra, there are 29 assemblies. The Adenta Municipal Assembly is just one of these 29. And we graduated into 3 levels. We have metropolitan areas where the population is above 250,000. And then you have districts where the population is 95,000 or below. And in between, we have what we call the municipalities that are between 95 plus, but below 25,000 people. So you see where Adenta is situated in all these things. We are very, very small in size, just 123 square kilometers, and yet the population is so high. Next slide. Now, the focus of Adenta Municipal Assembly is to create a safe and secure municipality. It is also to make sure that we have a clean municipality. And lastly, we as an assembly or a municipality think that we need to deliver people-centered services to our people. And that is where our focus is. And all the things that you see on the other side of the slide, which I have the pointer on the right-hand side, is to show you the kind of people that we have and all the things that we have that we're using to deliver the services that we intend to deliver. But I think that the major thing I want to say is that within the Adenta Municipal Assembly, the major thing is that we have departments that are helping us to deliver to our people. And first and foremost, we try to organize skill for our people. No, let me just say this. The Adenta Municipal Assembly is seen as a dormitory city, mainly because most of the people living there are either civil servants or public servants, and they go into the central business district in Accra to work and come back at night. So you have a lot of informal activity and not too much in terms of big economic industrial activities. What we have found is that we have a lot of informal settlements. Whilst we are trying to fight them and try and remove them, today I've heard that we don't need to fight them. We need to integrate them into our system by using new means of doing things. But primarily, we've been trying to organize skills training for them and helping people to stop looking at formal activities in terms of income activity. Just like everybody wanting a white-collar job, we are saying that we need now to look at the fact that you can become your own employer So we must look at things differently. So because of that, we have actually engaged in local economic activity in the assembly and using some of our donor partners like the EU. We have created a situation where we did fish for development, where we are training people, as it were, to grow fish in their homes as a means of providing protein and also businesses for themselves. We also did promoting mushrooms in Adenta, or mushroom production, because we realized that one of the biggest things that we don't have space, but in your backyard, you can do some amount of activity that can earn you income. At the same time, we realized that waste management was also one of the biggest problems. And what we have done is that in looking at segregating our waste, plastic waste is one of the major difficulties. So we have what we call the Adenta Waste to Wages program, where we are encouraging people to segregate their waste, and the plastics are actually paid for by activities that we're doing. So we have the FIDUP, which is a fish development program. We have the ProMash, which is a mushroom promotion project. And then we have the Adenta Waste to Wages, which are all local economic development activities that earn the people some amount of income to do what they have to do. Next slide. Some of the priorities that we've been looking at in terms of our medium-term development plan, which is there for this year all the way to the year 2025. And we came by these because we held stakeholder meetings right from the year 2021 when COVID had ended. And some of them, these things were done by Zoom, etc. And we realized that prioritizing them, almost all the people are looking for roads, drainage, and footbridges within our catchment area. And when we did our assessment, we need 650 kilometers of roads. Only 150 kilometers of these roads have been paved. So you can see, or you can understand the demand. Then people want all the streets also named so they can be located. Then the issues of transport, then security and street lighting as a means of making sure that places are not too dark for crime to fester. Development of markets. It's not too much of a primary thing, mainly because everybody goes to the central business district. But now that the population has ballooned, we realize that nobody wants to travel because there's always traffic on the roads and things. Then the health situation, making sure that everybody is safe, then creating jobs. And of course, the sanitation issue is one of the big things that we are looking at. But one of the things that also came out was the fact that in all these things, the intervention to help the people with disability to also be included also came out as one of the things we needed to look at primarily. Now, some of the challenges that we have had, low incomes, indeed, as I stand here, property rates that we use as a means of getting internally generated funds to run the district is now, because of the activities of COVID and the fact that central government does not have money. It was in the budget for 2022 that will be taking property rates out of the hands of the local government and I to go to central government, as it were, to bring money into central government. And we, since I came into power from 2017, have focused on trying to make sure that we develop the means for collecting our revenue so that we can have enough to spend. Unfortunately, sooner than I can think, this will no longer be in my hands. And when they collect the money, they'll decide how much to give to us. It shows you that local government also has a long way to go. We don't have the power to do whatever we please. We are still in the hands of central government and whatever we have to do. And COVID also came with its own problems. And I'm sure, whilst we talk about COVID, you all remember before it was declared as a pandemic, you heard what they said was going to happen to Africa. That people were going to die and our streets were going to be filled with dead bodies. I'm sure you all heard that. Well, my president said that it was easier to bring the economy back to life than to bring people to life. So we needed to spend everything that we had, if we had to, in order to keep people alive. So within the period that we had a COVID pandemic, we had to do everything that we could, and you realize, can we go to the next slide? You realize that in our data, interestingly enough, the way we managed our affairs, we did not have any single death. Even though we had 108,000 suspected cases of COVID, and we had 4,560 cases that were confirmed, we did not have any deaths at all in our Dentang Municipal Assembly. What we did was to make sure that in our various zonal councils, and there are 4 zonal councils, we provided a vehicle or a bus, as it were, to help our immigration officers, our nurses, our health workers, and the NADMO, that is the National Disaster Management Organization, work together as a team in tracing suspected cases. So contact tracing was one of the major things we did, and anybody who was suspected, we made sure that we did a test to ensure that you were either safe or not safe. And wherever we found these people and we took the samples, within 3 days, we got the results and we were able to tell whether you were safe or not. But we kept monitoring, and that was one of the things that really saved us. Out of that, we realized that because of the loss of contact between people and the fact that we were asked to actually stay away from home and things, some people were actually cut off from various activities. But major among our things was the fact that most of the small and medium scale businesses and the micro scale businesses, more or less, closed down. And we lost a lot of jobs. But the ones that we could record on paper and count heads were just about 600 jobs being lost and 121 businesses closed down. But what it fitted into was the fact that we had already started a local economic development situation where we're trying to build skills among the people, and people could stay in their own homes and still be able to do some activities like mushroom growing and fish growing in their homes. It saved us because people were still able to make some income within this period. But as an assembly, one of the things that we did was to ensure that the plight of our people was improved. And we did that by making sure that we made available personal protective equipment, nose masks, but we actually bought material and gave to some people who were seamstresses and tailors in their various areas to sew masks made of cotton cloth for them to use. And this helped us a lot in preventing people from getting infected. Apart from that, we built different rapid response teams. One was a contact tracing team that I talked about. And we also had a situation where we bought our own equipment to be able to spray and disinfect homes, public areas, and other places. And we had these teams going around wherever we found people who were suspected to have COVID. We went into your own homes as well, and we sprayed using the chlorine-based chemicals, as it were, bleach and others, to protect you. And this also helped us in a lot of the things that we did. As of today, we built, those teams are there and they're ready to move at any time. We do the spraying in our various markets, in our schools now, and most of the religious buildings that we have, mosques as well as churches. In between services, sometimes every other month or so, we go in there and spray. And these are the things that have helped us to keep our people free. Again, government also indicated the fact that they wanted those who were not able to get some of the amenities like water and electricity and things, it must be provided for them free of charge. And we moved in as an assembly and made sure these were available in the informal settlements, especially those ones that we're trying to fight and take them out of the place because we felt they were a risk to us. In this particular time during COVID, we had to assist them which meant that we were actually legitimizing their stay, even though we were fighting them physically. We had to go in there, provide them with water in polytanks, water containers, which were filled from time to time, and they could come and fetch and go. And then those ones that had electricity, they were paid for until recently government said we shouldn't do that anymore. We're trying to recoup those things. And then we also provided them with food because central government brought food to us. Some in the first instance, we cooked for them and provided cooked food for those people in the informal settlements because they couldn't go out. But then later on, we gave them dry food for them to cook for themselves as things eased up. Then also, we also digitized some of the things that we were doing. We allowed people to work from home and be able to reach us either through Zoom or other tools that were available. We also had people getting text messages from us from the assembly. And all these things helped us to keep ourselves alive during the pandemic. And that is why probably I'm still here talking about some of these things. Again, looking at youth and the stakeholders, next slide, please. We have the assembly has a very youthful membership, if I should put it that way. Apart from 3 of us who are 60 years and above, the 17 other people within the assembly are all between the ages of 20 and 40. That is the assembly itself. The assembly also has a substructure. That is where we have unit committee members. Of the 12 electoral areas, there are 5 people from each electoral area who are unit committee members, and they are all under the age of 38. So you can see that we have a very young assembly, youthful, and they were all involved in the development of the medium-term plan. And these are the things that we have. And also in trying to create employment within the assembly, there are 2 departments particularly, the Youth Employment Agency as well as the National Youth Authority. These are the agencies we use in providing jobs for the people within the municipality. We also have a youth parliament where they meet and discuss issues and bring them up. Yes, they get the opportunity to vent their frustrations, and they also are able to deliberate on matters of concern to the youth. And they bring this to the attention of the assembly and work on these things from time to time. This is what the Adenta Municipal Assembly stands for and has been doing for some time, especially within the area of COVID-19. Even though it came in the year 2020, we all refer to it as COVID-19. And you can realize that when we did our population census, even though it was in 2021, we still call it the Population and Housing Census of 2020. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. So we've heard our diverse panel and the diverse challenges that they're facing as city leaders. It's now time to open the floor for questions. So we have probably about 20 minutes to do some questions before we go back to our panel to ask them for their key takeaway or recommendation on what would help empower them as city leaders to be able to deliver for their citizens. So the floor is open. Maybe we would also need a microphone up at the front for our panelists. I won't ask them all to come to the podium for the questions. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. I think for a very wonderful discussion on the challenges faced by our cities, towns, municipalities, and of course our municipal managers and policymakers. My question to Mayor Osaka Chitangula on political interference. Of course, much has to do with how the lawgiver has, of course, the legislature has put in a framework for councils. We understand that in other countries, like Zimbabwe in particular, it's now a constitutional matter. They are now in the constitution, councils, and in other countries, we have several pieces of legislation put together defining the role and framework of councils. And this also speaks to resources, how these local authorities are supposed to raise their budgets, because we cannot overemphasize the role of local authorities in the development agenda. So do we have a clear and conscious role of the subnational governments? For instance, in Zambia, because you cry too much about political interference. Of course, yes, everywhere there's political interference, but I think what is important is to have a clear demarcation, a clear role of that's for political interference. Then secondly, on resources, fiscal devolution and so forth. There, because you talk of leakages, you talk of central government interfering in markets, which I think in terms of fiscal devolution and fiscal planning, that should be the role of the council to collect property tax and other user charges. Is there a clear intergovernmental fiscal framework to that effect? I think that's for Mayor Lusaka. For Mayor Manzini, Mayor Sito for Manzini Municipal Council, you speak about corporate strategy that you're implementing. I think, and you also speak about what we have as a local empowerment policy, where you say from what level when you, and this reminds me of why as a Sustainable Cities Network, we've been brought here. The question is, how is the city working towards building strong partnerships? Because we need strong partnerships to peer review each other, exchange best practices and benchmarking, and so that we are able to sustain the growth and learn from each other as cities from the global south and even the north. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks for that. We'll give our panel some time to reflect as we take a few additional questions, but we'll definitely come back to those. So maybe the gentleman in the purple here at the front.
Okay, thank you very much. To the mayor of Lusaka, I understand your plight, because we're in the same situation in Sierra Leone, wherein the capital city is, the mayor is from the opposition and the ruling government is from another political party. So my question is, how do you manage your relationship wherein maybe your chief administrator or the head of administration reports to the government, and you, as the mayor of the city, you are supervised by the ruling government? How do you manage such situation? Secondly, I understand Ghana have moved from a political local governance system to non-political. How is that working? Or is it that Ghana is thinking of moving back to the political system where local representatives are elected by the people? Or is it comfortable, or are you comfortable with the non-political system? Then finally, maybe I can get your opinion on all regarding the grants from the government. I know governments normally send subventions to the local councils, and these subventions come as side grants. They will tell you use 10% on education, 20% on agriculture and the like. Are we thinking of advocating to the government where you send the money to the local council and allowing the local council to decide what they want to spend their resources on, instead of you sending the money and you directly allocating the resources according to the sectors? And finally, to the mayor of Home Council, I only hope I'll be invited to the March Festival next year. Thank you.
So I think there's one more question, please.
Thanks, Claire. There's a question from someone on Zoom, Zolani Zonyane, asking, there are 24,900 people who reside in the periphery of the city. This is Manzini. And the world is talking about urbanization. Is the city of Manzini geared towards urbanization to bring those people in the periphery towards the urban center?
Super, thanks, Michelle. Let's go back to our panel. We'll come back again for another round of questions, but let's go to our panel. I think we can maybe run down the full line. Of course, there are some questions which are specifically towards specific speakers, but I think we can really ask all of our speakers to reflect on these issues around how to manage that environment of political opposition, how to bring different political actors together to advance your agendas as city leaders. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with finance, especially within this very challenging financial time where budgets are being squeezed both at the local level where citizens are not able to pay rates and fees, also from central government where subventions and transfers are reducing. And I think that issue on tied versus untied grants is very important and something which I'm sure all of our mayors will be able to speak to in a very positive way, I'm sure, to say, that local perspectives and priorities are key in how those funds should be spent. I think that issue on how to deal with residents who are outside of your actual city mandated district, how to deal with people coming into the city, people using city services, but maybe also in the case of Identa, how to deal with being a commuter city, being a dormitory city, and what does that mean for your city economy, and how to make those wider linkages into regional development and regional governance. So I will pass the microphone over and maybe it can just go down the line. I'll also pass along the spray so you can give it a little push as it goes. And there we go.
Thank you. Very brief, two aspects. The worry of my brother said there, we have the same problem because what is given to us, even the 100 million I talked about, is given in form of credit cards. The government hardly gives us cash. The only thing that they give us as cash is the council additional taxes I talked about. Projects are given at the center is always the top-bottom approach instead of the bottom-top approach. So what they give to us, they give you a classroom, they give you in terms of credit cards. It's not liquid cash. They give you a hospital, it's in terms of credit cards. I talked about the 15% of the state budget. If that is given, we have estimated, that's why the United Councils and Cities of Cameroon, we are trying to fight Because if that is done effectively, that means that the minimum that each council will have will be about 1.6 million US dollars. And within a twinkle of an eye, we'll be able to develop that country. So we are fighting and trying to see that this is implemented effectively as per, it is talk of at least, not even 15%, at least 15% of the state budget. Our state budget rate is about 5,600 francs CFA, billions francs CFA. So if that is done, as I said, we're going to have about 1.6 million US dollars given to each council. The poorest council will have that amount of money and will be able to develop. We are also encouraging, we are trying to encourage, there is something I learned in South Korea where there's encouragement from those who are productive. Give more to those who deserve it. For example, the state gives out a certain amount, equal amount to councils, and they are able at the end of the year, which is that council that has been able to be more productive with what has been given to you. More should be added to that council so that we encourage other councils to be able to meet up with development challenges. As for urbanization, most of our councils are found in local rural areas, and it makes it difficult. The work we have been able to do with CLFGF, we have been able to come out with the advent of late. We are trying to create small income generating activities that can be able to bring some revenue. For example, in my council areas, we call them buy and sell them. In the market, we'll be able to create a WhatsApp group whereby you can put in, for example, you have vegetables that you are selling, you put it in that group so that somebody who needs vegetable can be able to easily contact you, or another person can contact without you necessarily moving, and that vegetable gets to you and you get your money without any major problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll start with the question that was talking about political interference and what we're doing as a local authority with the central government. Yes, with political interference, I'm sure, like my friends say, they agree with me because it's also happening where they are coming from. But in my case, the biggest challenge, of course, like I mentioned, is markets and bus stops, because that's where we have the most population. And we can't divorce politics in markets. I think people that are coming from areas like where I'm coming from, they will agree with me. This is Africa. The politics are in markets. So what we're doing as a council, of course, is working and asking the central government to help us. In this case, my council has already started e-payment systems, because when you have an e-payment system, it means that where the crowds are, where we have challenges like markets and bus stops, we can now have a cashless system where they don't have to really deal with cash. And not that it will be 100%, but we're hoping that it will be 70%. So the leakages will be less. And then also with political will that I have right now, because all this political interference comes with very strong political will. If there's political will to help the local authorities, like the political will that is showing now, I think as a local authority, it will be easy for us to manage. But obviously, as politicians, you have these threats from those people, and they'll tell you, oh, we won't vote for you, we won't vote for you. It's best that they say we won't vote for you, but you concentrate on saving the majority, because believe me, the majority are out there waiting for good service delivery. I'm coming from a local authority where we have more than 3.8 million people. And we haven't done census in 12 years. So I've got two colleagues from Zambia. I think they'll agree with me that Osaka is actually more than 4 million if we have to go for census. And that means that we have over 200,000 people that drive into the city every day to work. And these are from the neighboring towns. So during the day, we are about 4 million. So I'm talking about having, running Namibia and Botswana together. So I'm very important. It's a joke. So, and then about urbanization in a city like mine, we have the central government has introduced CDF. Our CDF used to be quite low before. It used to be like 1.6 million. Now it's about 25 million. So we're hoping that that will slow down urbanization in a city like Osaka, because it means that every other constituency is receiving the same amount of money for development. So in the case of urbanization, we're hoping that each city, each constituency will develop their cities according to what the needs are. So we're hoping that that will reduce the traffic coming into the cities. And of course, local authorities and our central government have been fighting for decentralization for a very long time. And this is the only time that we are seeing the process that it's speeding up. It's always slowing down because, like in my last council, the ministries don't want to give the local authorities the funding for us, because it means that when we've decentralized, it means that they'll have to give us their part of their funding, and they don't want to do that. But right now, I'll tell you that as Osaka City Council, we have built 7 mini civic centers in the 7 constituencies of Lusaka. And those 7 mini civic centers means that we have taken services straight to the people. They haven't started running. We are hoping that by the end of the year, because most of them are at 65 to 70% being built, lack of funding, but hoping that at the end of the year, when these mini civic centers have started running, will be as decentralization will be like halfway devolved to the local authorities. It's been a process, a very long process, but we all know that that is the way to go. That is the way to go, because that will make the councils deliver better to the people in our communities. And then the relationship with central government. Yes, I've met Mayor Yvonne actually. And believe me, that after the 12th of August, by the 13th of August, I had known that I would won. She's one of the first people I sent a message to. And I said, oh my God, I found myself in your situation. What do I do? Her answer was work, just work. You know what you have to do. The people voted for you. And so what I did was I went to my town clerk. The town clerk is, of course, the town manager. And I went to ask him, before you declare me as a mayor, I just want to hear what the constitution says about my job. And he says, the new constitution is very good. It's really on your side. It's really on your side because even if your political party decides that they do not want you because you're working in central government, it will protect you until the end of your term. So that gave me comfort, because then I knew, of course, I had an upper hand now, because I had to now deliver to the people. And believe me, when I looked at my votes, I was the 3rd highest in the country. The first one was the president right now. The second one was my former president. And the third one with the largest vote was myself, because I was coming from a capital city. Yeah, I need a hand, yes. So I sat down and I said to myself, the only thing that I had to do is focus on service delivery to the people that gave me the mandate. And right now, that is what I focus on. And I think I'm very happy that I have support. I have so much support from also my party leadership. I think they realize I'm a strong head, actually. So they realized, well, even if we tell her to do this, she will not do it because she understands what the constitution says. So I'm lucky that even at midnight, I would go to the airport and receive my president right now. I believe there's only one president at a time. So I serve the president also. He's my resident. So I am working well with the opposition right now. I don't have any issues. And only because I know what the constitution says, so I need to deliver to the people of the city. I really don't have a big problem, really. I have issues with my councillors because I have 15 from my party and 22 from the other. So they have an upper hand, even if I'm the head of the council is from the other party, but they make a quorum. So what I have to do is switch on my management skills where I know what am I supposed to do here. I don't want them to have a meeting without me. So I need to manage them. So I have to manage them well. And then also I have to just follow what my constitution says. So I'm there to deliver service to the people that gave me a mandate. And I don't have a problem. So I'm serving well. Yeah, I have the support. Thank you. I don't know if there was any other question, maybe about our councils, maybe what the government is supposed to do to help our local authorities. Maybe I just mentioned that a little bit. For us at the local authorities, really to achieve so much, we've asked the central government to change a bit of policies. And one of those is because Lusaka leaves, we run on rates as well, like many other councils. Yeah. So for the last few years, we've had, of course, growing number of these peri-urban areas. So 400,000 households, I'm including the urban side and the peri-urban side, and only 20% of those were collecting rates. So we had a challenge with that. So we asked central government to change a policy where we can actually now use new technology of a drone and GPS to count the rates and also just zone them. So we are in the process and updated evaluation rule, and I'm happy that we are capturing more houses now. So it means that the council will have more revenue, will be collecting more revenue. And also, I think just modernization of these, our local authorities is very, very important, because when you are backwards and you don't use new technologies, it will be very, very difficult for us to collect our rates. So this time we want to also make our residents comfortable. They can pay wherever they are, because that makes it easier for the council to collect more revenue. Because when we make it difficult, where they have to really come to the council and do the paying, they will not come. But if they can pay in their own homes or outside the country, they can still pay for their rates. So that helps a lot. So what we've done is working with central government to really help us in those policy changes. Yeah. So I think that's it for now. This will be another question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe the question that came to me had to do with whether we're political or apolitical so far as the local government is concerned. Local government is still very political. I think the only difference is the fact that our constitution says that it must not be partisan politics that takes a central role, mainly because of the acrimony that usually comes with decentralization. And the focus was supposed to be development. So you elected the electoral area assembly members, where some people call them councillors. You elected them without consideration to political parties, because the constitution says that if you should even be found standing on any political party platform, you needed to be disqualified. What the president sought to do in the last term was to bring in a referendum to change that constitution, if it was possible to get us to go partisan political, mainly because even in this apolitical era, you have a situation where people who are elected into the assembly find themselves identifying with one political party or the other. Take, for instance, the election that we held recently. One political party was saying that they had actually made more gains because they had more seats in the assembly as compared to the other. Meanwhile, it was meant to be apolitical. So even though the constitution says one thing, everybody else is doing something else. And what they sought to do was to bring it into the mainframe so that that will not be a problem. But we recognize the fact that you could also bring acrimony because we have a two-horse race, and if it is not this, it is that. And there are no gray areas. And we know that we needed to have more gray areas than black and white. So that was one of the particular things that came. Unfortunately, the opposition party at that time, who had given consent for it to go for the referendum, at the last minute decided that we will not support it because it was not in their favor. So Mr. President says that until there's collaborative efforts, it will not go that way. So until we have a situation where all the parties agree that this is the way to go, it's not going to go to the referendum. So we have the status quo where it is not partisan political in the elections. But recall that the very people who elected the president are the same people who elect the assembly members, is by universal adult suffrage. However, the municipal chief executive, who has administrative, political, and executive powers within the assembly, is selected by Mr. President and nominated by Mr. President. However, that person now appears before these councillors who were elected non-politically to get their blessings. And you must get more than 2/3 of the election, of the votes of the persons present to be confirmed as a chief executive. That is where the issue is. So you have all chief executives in any particular era being of a particular political inclination, whereas the assembly members may have different political inclinations. So that is that. Again, in terms of our financing, some 7.5% of the total taxes that are collected in the country is reserved for activities of local government and is shared among the 260 districts that we have in the country. Adenta is just one of those 260. I must say that in 2021, no disbursements were made so far as the District Assembly Common Fund was concerned. Normally, the District Assembly Common Fund that you're supposed to operate with comes in a quarter late. But we can say that the whole of 2024, all the 4 quarters were delayed. So nobody got anything. And that is where the stopgap comes in. And I did say that since 2017, my focus as the chief executive was to try and create a situation where we can improve on the collection of internally generated funds. That is on our property tax and our business operating permits, and also building control or building permits. So these are the 3 areas where we receive monies to be able to service our budgets. Indeed, property rates is where we are going to have a bit of a challenge, because we spend all our energies trying to develop the situation where we could raise a lot more income. But then central government, because of its particular peculiar situation, which is always referred to as a COVID problem, has to raise income. And indeed, that is where they want to have a centralized situation where they are collecting based on the formats that Adenta had, and then be able to now bring some to others, because some districts have not been able to have a situation where they can collect enough of the monies. At the same time, too, government is introducing the electronic transaction levy in order to be able to increase and broaden the scope within which money, revenue is generated, all because of our activities during the COVID era, where we spent a lot of money to try and keep people alive. So now we have the gap, and money is not coming again because COVID affected us and people lost their jobs and revenue. In fact, people are saying they can't pay these same property taxes, even though people are still building. And then we are moving in that direction to ensure that more monies come into the kitty for everybody to use. So basically, these are the 2 situations that we have that I believe we can talk about. So thank you very much. And I hope we answered your questions, Mr. Sierra Leone.
Now we're running out of time. So Mayor Ells, please go ahead, respond to the questions, but I'll ask you at the same time, at the end of your response, to give your one quick recommendation. What would be the key policy recommendation that would help you to deliver for your citizens? And then we'll run back along our table with just 1 minute for each person to intervene on their key recommendation policy takeaway. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 questions here. The first one is from my brother from Zim. It goes, what is the city doing towards building strong partnerships to better deliver the LG strategy? I think it's a fair question. We believe that for us to do it better, we need to learn from other people who are doing it, from other players within the space. Hence, we're working on 2 twinning programs. We're trying to twin with the Livingston city in Zambia. And we're also working on a twinning program with the city of Lancaster in the US. So we believe that we can learn from how they're doing it and try to come back and implement in our city to better deliver. So The guys from the US will be coming into our city before the end of the year to try and share some ideas with us. And then we'll be going to their country as well, or their city, to learn how they're doing it. So that speaks to benchmarking, of course. When it comes to sustainability, after realizing that our people were struggling to pay their property taxes, we decided to partner with the big corporates within the city, your MTN. What we asked from them was that is it possible for them to pay their rates, say for instance, 3 years in advance? Of course, there was a carrot for them in that. So some of them agreed. They gave us the money. They said, oh, we're paying our rates for 36 months. We took that money and we went to deliver. It's a strategy that worked for us, and we are able to deliver through that model. The second question speaks to urbanization, to reduce the number of people staying in the periphery. We want to increase the boundaries of our city. We wrote a paper to the ministry, and you are working on it. But the challenge that we're coming across is that the places in the periphery are governed using a completely different model. They are ruled by traditional leaders. So the problem is that the traditional leaders, they don't want urbanization because they think that urbanization will make them non-entities. So they're just against it. So, but we're working on it. We believe that we'll get a breakthrough.
One takeaway.
One takeaway.
One takeaway. What would be a key policy recommendation, not the key policy recommendation, but a key thing that would help you as a mayor to be able to
I think the problem is political interference. If that can be reduced, it can help cities to better deliver in a very, very great way, because we have ministers that are elected by the leader of the state. And on the other side, we have councillors that are elected by the people. So ministers will do what will please the head of the state, yet councillors need to do what will please the residents. So there is a difficulty in that we can't work together properly because we have two separate different structures that we report to. So I don't know what we can do around that to try and harmonize that so that we better deliver. Otherwise, it is a huge, huge challenge.
Thank you very much. What I'll say is the fact that there's a need for economic emancipation, even at the local government level. And I would still advocate for all of us to look at local economic development as a means of making sure people within the cities can look at peri-urban activities that can fetch money for the municipalities to actually grow. Because whatever you do, central governments will still be very reluctant to ensure that you gain your independence, because they would want, as it were, to tag on to you, because that at the local level, that is where everything happens, and that is where the money is. But unfortunately, you may not have the structures to make sure that you can collect all the revenue. What you need to do at the local level is to develop the structures that will help you to collect these monies and make sure that you depend on them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. As we sit, I would like my the fellow participants to also reflect on especially budgets. I know we are talking about political interference rates. So you can see that we have almost the same, almost similar issues. Yeah, but for me, I think what I would want is to improve mostly on my revenue collection, because if I have enough money as a local authority, I will deliver to the people. So I think government must look into softening some of the policies that you have on local authorities so that we can have the power to make our own decisions and also just to make sure that service delivery is on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Before they take home, I just want to add something on urbanization that if you see the town hall I'm constructing, I had a lot of challenge. Most of the population thought that we could build it at the periphery of the town so that it can attract development to those areas. But what I did was, I told them development is not brought by building structures there. Development, there are 3 main villages at the periphery of the town. So what I'm trying to do, I'm already doing that, is to take electricity, water, and good roads to this area. And subsequently, people will build without them necessarily being told to go and build there. That said, as a matter of take home, the mayor of Osaka just said something. I also belong to the opposition. How? I'm on the ruling CPDM party, but let me tell you, we also have the same challenges that you have because the 2 regions, English-speaking regions, we have one major political party, the SDF, that belongs to an Anglophone. So to win elections in those 2 regions, it's not an easy thing. So I'm more of an opposition within the 2 regions than of the ruling. So what do we do? To take home message is just service provider, passion, and legacy, being able to want to leave a legacy. I am the first mayor to have repeated a mandate because my predecessors, what they did was when they came in, they were afraid to ask the citizens to pay their taxes because they were afraid only thinking about their next mandate. Finally, they did not collect taxes and they never went for a second mandate. So when I came in, I reflected on that and I said I must collect taxes. If I fail to go to the second mandate, at least I would have achieved one thing by collecting taxes. So that's how I succeeded. And so I think that service provider, passion, and legacy is going to help us have a future.
Wonderful. Well, I don't want to stand between you and your lunch, but I do think that those few last takeaways really encapsulate some of the key issues that we've been looking at. So this, how do we work better intergovernmentally between central and local government? How do we ensure the economic emancipation of our citizens, provide livelihoods, but also ensure revenue collection for local governments to be able to deliver for their citizens? In terms of what CLGF is doing with its Commonwealth Sustainable Cities Network, we are working on all of those themes. We're really looking forward to tell you a bit more about the network tomorrow, but also to continue to contribute across the African School of Decentralization 10 days to feed in a bit more on concretely at the local government level what mayors and city leaders are doing. So a big thank you to our panel. And I think I release everyone for lunch unless there are any housekeeping things that need to happen. There's our man.
Sorry, we're running behind schedule. It happens. Yes, so we have, no, you're free to get your seat. So we have 15 minutes for lunch because our next session starts in exactly 15 minutes. However, if I could ask us to try and have our lunch as fast as we can and be back here in half an hour, will that work for you? Please. 45 minutes then. So in 45 minutes, so exactly 2 p.m., we start our next session. So thank you very much. And no way. Prof wants us to skip the cocktail party that is later in the day, but I don't think